It's the start of a new year. Time to crack open the books for lessons in reading, writing, and arithmetic, golf style that is. 12 nationally respected schools have traveled to Minnesota looking for more than a passing grade. They're gunning for straight A's in this prestigious event. Created by a legend, a Hall of Fame member, herself a former Arizona Wildcat who schooled most everyone when she teed it up. It's the 11th rendition of a September Study in Excellence.
Welcome to the 2025 Annika Intercollegiate presented by 3M.
A dozen of the top teams in women's collegiate golf have come to a venue royal in name and bloodline. Royal Golf Club in Saint Elmo, Minnesota is comprised of the Queen's Nine and the King's Nine. The opening designed by the Queen of the Game during her remarkable LPGA Tour career, it's Annika Sorenstam's first course design in the U.S., while the closing designed by the man who's still known as the King, and it was Arnold Daniel Palmer's final course design before his passing almost 9 years ago. Royal indeed. Welcome to the Annika Intercollegiate, presented by 3M. Powered by Baby Grand Golf. We grow the game. Welcome into our broadcast booth. I'm David Marr alongside Steve Scott. Steve, you had a stellar amateur career. When you take a look at this event, it's in its 11th year. What does it mean big picture?
Well, I think the big picture here for these players is this is the first start of the season for all these players. They're trying to get off to that great start and really jumpstart the season, put themselves in a position where they can get through the fall and make that run when they come to spring. But this start of the season so crucial for the confidence and for get that preparation as they move throughout the season.
Let's take a look at the tournament, the format, some quick statistics and facts as well. 12 schools involved. 54-hole stroke play over 3 days. We're in the second day right now. 5 players per team. The low scores count for each team each day. It's the 7th year this event has been held at Royal Golf Club, and 7 of the top 10 ranked spring teams in the country are entered, including a team's won this 4 times, the defending champion, South Carolina Gamecocks. We can talk about it all we want, but one of our broadcast team members has played in this event, the third member of our team down on the golf course, Emilia Doran. Emilia.
Good morning, Dave. Yes, I have played in this event with Wake Forest 3 times. We won it back in 2019. This event is so special for the players. It's run by Annika Sorenstam, arguably one of the greatest female golfers to ever play the game. It's a competitive field. Top 12 programs in the country will be facing off. A great prelude to the NCAA championships in the spring. These teams and coaches can see how they stack up against the best, including Northwestern, who is the reigning NCAA championship. It's an honor to be here. This golf course, Royal Golf Club, it's a second shot golf course, relatively wide off the tee. As the wind starts picking up, though, very important to be precise with the ball striking, given how undulated some of these greens can get and challenging down the stretch.
Thanks, Emilia. We will try and be unbiased in our coverage. We've got Emilia, the Demon Deacon down there from Wake Forest. We've got our director in third place, tied right now, Southern California, USC. Our Jack Graham is our director, but we have such a tight group of teams up at the top. Again, Northwestern, Emilia mentioned it, defending NCAA champs. They lead by 1 shot over South Carolina, who is the defending champion here. Let's go out to On at number 11, 4th hole, 1 under par at this point, 1 over par, for On. Emilia's there.
This green is deceivingly tilted from right to left. This is going to land just left of the hole. Able to get some spin on that, which is really impressive. Usually everything just kicks off to the left.
Tong An from the University of Oregon. Up next will be Choi from Pepperdine University. 169 yards.
Choi and I actually played together at the North and South Women's Amateur this summer. She's a wonderful player with a great demeanor. That's what impressed me the most about her. Missed a short putt on the 2nd hole, par 5, trying to regain some of that momentum back. This is starting nicely right of the hole.
Yeah, a very good, solid shot right there. Ball kind of running away. That draw kind of releasing, less spin on that ball. So good, solid shot, though.
Third member of this group is from Wake Forest, and Dundunnan.
Dundunnan just came off of a double bogey on the third hole. Very important to know how to reset. That's how you elevate your game as a player. Find a way to be as present as possible. Dundunnan also hits a stock draw shot. Want to make sure she starts this right of the flag. This is launched very high in drawing.
Wow, 3 great shots. Third one being the best of all 3. Steve, from the air, let's take a look at this. Today playing 169-yard par 3, the 4th hole at Royal Golf Club. But first, let's take a look at this golf shot as it comes in. Almost flies in the jar.
Yeah, that was a wonderful, wonderful strike right there. It's exactly what you need. And we're going to take a look at this 4th hole right here. It's a par 3, works itself. Green sits from right to left as we work up the hill here on the 4th. 188 yards on this par 3. So it's a lengthy shot for these players as the green falls from right to left there. You saw that tee shot from Enso Choi there release a little bit. It wants to release towards that back left a little bit more. The green sits a little bit more on an angle, and it slopes from right to left there, and there's a beautiful view from behind. You'd love to get that ball more on the left side of the hole from the player's vantage point coming up, and it's a really strong par 3.
Again, another look at the leaderboard. This is the team competition. Northwestern, 1-shot lead early on. South Carolina, the defending champions, 1 back. A couple of teams tied, 2 back. Wake Forest, Southern Cal, USC, Oregon, just 5 shots back, and things can change very quickly. Just ask Chloe Kovaleski. Tell us about her up and down, unbelievable start.
Yeah, Chloe Kovaleski, I mean, she started off there birdie, eagle, and then birdie on the 3rd to get to 5 under right off the bat and really boost those Demon Deacons right towards the top there. Ella Galetsky, she is an extremely strong player. She's tied with from University of South Carolina as well. So all these players, we have 3-round events here in the collegiate game, not 4 as you might see in the professional level. So a 3-round event, it's a little shorter of a race. Day 2 being this is moving day essentially for these players. They're trying to put themselves and their teams in great position for a nice final round run.
What does Choi have here?
Choi has just outside of 20 feet. She's putting up the hill, which is very advantageous. Breaking left to right the entire way. She spent some time stepping off this putt, which is critical when you're trying to judge the speed. A lot of these players, when they do their lag putting, they step off to specific distances so that when they're competing, they have an idea. And she just held up 2 fingers there. So Choi also uses aim point, playing this about half a foot out to the left.
It's really remarkable what the Annika Foundation has done regarding competition and regarding what they do for young collegiate golfers, emphasizing fitness, emphasizing competition, and they've got great goals. They've got 9 competitive events that they run each year, and all around the world, 4 different continents being represented. And as I mentioned, great teams involved. 7 of the top 10 women's collegiate golf teams are here at the Annika Intercollegiate. Now Choi for birdie.
This hole yesterday only gave up 4 birdies for the entire day. That one you see just kind of veered off to the right. It was an uphill effort. Par is an excellent score, though. You're not going to be upset when you walk off with par on this challenging par 3.
On will be next to play.
She will, and excellent approach shot just inside of 12 feet for birdie. This golf course can get very stressful if you are veering with your ball striking, not for Tong. Able to bounce back quickly after a bogey on the first hole.
Ooh, that was a solid stroke. You see how she held her finish like that? That's a great lesson for everybody watching. If you want to be a great putter and hold lots of putts, hold your finish. You're going to like stick your finish, almost like an Olympic gymnast sticking the landing on the mat.
Well, let's see if Ann Dunnan can stick this landing. A nice tee shot. This now for birdie.
Well, it's been really impressive to watch Ann develop. When we won the national championship with Wake Forest in 23, she was our 6th player, and she watched us on the sideline and has really stepped up, now playing in the #1 spot today in the second round.
Still keeping it up for your team there. As that birdie again, moving Wake Forest towards the top of the leaderboard, that for a share of the lead in terms of the team lead. Very difficult to keep an eye on who's doing what. A teammate over at the 5th, Chloe Kovaleski. Again, what a start for her.
Yeah, it's a good par 4 here. You don't have to give it a whole lot off the tee. It's a penalty area well down the left. This one's going to hang right in that right edge of the fairway.
See, let's look at the 5th hole from the air.
Well, the 5th hole, about 340 yards, so it's a position tee shot, and it's a beautifully framed with trees on the left, and that penalty area on the right. You don't need driver here. It's going to push it, get a little too close to that penalty area up there, as we saw Chloe Kovaleski just hit it down that right-hand side. Her approach shot's just going to be with a short iron or a wedge over this penalty area. And the hole here located on the 5th, and in the front left portion of the green, short of that left-hand green side bunker, kind of in the front left of this kidney-shaped green that angles from front left to back right.
Wong back on the tee at 5 from Pepperdine University. Janeth. That water doesn't come into play off the tee, does it? I guess it does. It could.
It could. You could push it up there a little bit, but it depends how aggressively you want to play. The fairways, like Emilia said in the outset, the fairways are pretty generous. You can push it down there if you want, but not needed exactly on 5.
So Wake Forest now 3 shots behind Northwestern, the leading team. 3 teams, tied for 2nd place. Wake Forest and a pair of USCs, University of South Carolina, and USC from the West Coast, one from the East, one from the West. Oregon, 7 shots back, and again, things can change in a hurry with 5 players out there playing. Again, the low 4 scores count, so a few birdies, and next thing you know, you're moving up the leaderboard here at the Annika Intercollegiate.
It's pretty remarkable how quickly the tournament can change on the team side. One double bogey, another birdie, and all of a sudden you have 3, 4, 5 shots in one moment. It's pretty crazy.
USC, Wake Forest, Northwestern dominating this leaderboard. You've got 2 from each of those squads inside the top 7. And the people that are at the top, Chloe Kovaleski on fire today. Again, 4 under on her round through 4 holes. And Ayla Galitsky, who was leading going into the break yesterday. Here at 5, they're waiting for the green to clear. Chloe's got the big WF on her back when she takes the jumper off. She can see it there on the team shirt, wearing the colors. As Steve mentioned, the hole cut in front of that bunker that you can see or could see just over that water. 5 under for the tournament, 4 under for the day. The green has cleared. Let's see if Chloe Kovaleski can continue her charge. Love the beauty of Minnesota golf courses, whether it's Interlochen, you've got Hazeltine as well. There's just so much undulation to the land and so many areas to bring water into play here in the land of 10,000 lakes. Arnold and Annika did a great job with this one. Chloe looks like she's first to play. See the flag stick just left of that bunker. See, what would her target line be here with all that green over to the right-hand side and the slope to the right?
Like I said, you're kind of picking a spot. You can pick a top of a tree. Some of these players are low target players, and some of the players are high target players. It's kind of what they focus on. That one just had a little too much juice there, just over the back, but that's very makeable as far as the chip goes. And the way she's going today, she
Exactly.
might just do it.
Hasn't made a par yet. Why is she going to start here? All right. Next to play, Sivachaya Vintachatum is better known as SV. SV now her second shot at 5.
Second team All-American last year. No, she doesn't like this one. This one's tugged long and just left. Hole high. It's going to catch the edge of the green, though. If we could all hit our bad shots that good, we'd be just fine. But these women they've got a much higher standard than you and I have, Mr. Marr.
That's for certain. Now representing the Waves from Pepperdine University. Here's Wong, her second. Starts out a little left.
Janeth Wong from Melbourne, Australia. The senior in the group here. That one a little bit long as well. That just don't want to hit it short. Anything short here, obviously no good. So players erring away from that penalty area. Smartly so.
She's a senior. Miss Wong is. We go back to the tee at number 5.
Tong An's going to be first to play. This is a generous tee shot. You want to take it up the left-hand side. There's a pretty severe slope. It's going to kick it to the right. 270, including the elevation, gets to the penalty area, the water on that right side. Important to make sure you have a great awareness of your distance control, knowing if you can hit driver or whether you should lay back.
Sometimes when that ball's in the air, a couple extra seconds, you can get it offline just a little bit, but beautiful terrain here at Royal Golf Club.
And that is a beautiful tee shot. Should leave in a great approach for An.
Ooh, just going to avoid a divot down there as well, I believe. It's very close to it, though.
Den Dunnan next to play.
The players are fortunate that the wind hasn't picked up. Yesterday in the first round, the winds were gusting almost to 30 miles an hour, making it extremely difficult to control your ball in the air. Den Dunnan traditionally hits a relatively high ball.
Yeah, she sends it pretty nicely down the fairway. We got a chance to spend a little time with the Demon Deacons not too long ago before this Annika Intercollegiate. Emilia and I did, and got to see them up close, what the new team is all about.
How'd you like what you saw?
Yeah, everybody gets along pretty well, don't they, Emilia?
Oh, they do. Kim Llewellyn.
Choi now set to play.
Yeah, quick pick up of the tee. She's going to like that one. There's the slope right there that Emilia talked about. That thing's almost going at a 45-degree angle to the teeing ground there. That's going to be in nice shape. Always like fairways that ricochet the ball into the fairway.
Let's go up to the green. Wong's third a moment ago.
Yeah, it looks like she's going with putter here. Keeping it on the ground. And that's sometimes what happens when you're rolling the ball through a fairway cut onto the green. The speed of the turf changes. Getting the distance right, not always the best and the easiest.
Chloe's seen the line.
Yeah, Chloe Kovaleski now, she's going to learn a little bit from that. She's a little closer to the putting surface, which I think is going to make this shot a fraction easier.
Make or miss. Oh, you can't wait on that one. You got to call it. So.
Well, look, I think, you didn't give me much time there,
Yeah,
but
She'll throw a par into the mix here. She's trying to hit for the cycle. Got 2 birdies and an eagle so far.
I'll say miss there. There we go. But she makes that. That small one, though, that's your range there,
count.
David.
Does not count. Okay, next up, a birdie putt here at number 5. SV from the University of Oregon. Subachaya finished Chaita. Move to her right.
Sophomore from Thailand. Very much an international game when we talk about so many international players working their way over to these American universities. Such wonderful players throughout the globe.
SV, her hero growing up, golf or non-golf, her grandmother. You got to pull for SV, someone who likes family that deeply. Nellie, Lydia Ko, Minji Lee, and herself. That's her dream foursome. Likes to play basketball and Monopoly. Now the par putt for Wong.
Yeah, she ran that first putt by from the edge. We're going to see. She can work this back. There you go. That was another good solid stroke right there. Hold the finish and just bury it right in the middle.
Back to the fairway. Den Dunnan from Wake Forest, first to play. Emilia. From Wake Forest. She's a senior. Defeated Lottie Woad in match play at the ACC, final round of the ACCs. So
That
playing
is
pretty well, and he beat Lottie Woad.
That is a big time win.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Lottie Woad has turned herself right and just moved into the professional ranks and won right away. That is a huge feather in your cap if you're Ann Dunnan.
Let's see if she's figured out the distance here, all 3 in the previous grouping.
Yeah, a pretty simple wedge shot right here. There's plenty of room between that penalty area and the hole. And that one, that may be very close to that penalty area right there. Hopefully it stayed up.
Boy, Steve, with all that room, that's a big miss.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a good 40 feet of room from the front edge. There is a little bit of rough there. The ball probably did hold up. But yes, that's a big time miss for players who get on their launch monitors and work their numbers to the inch, it feels like.
Troy disappointed with her short and right, so not a long shot in here, and had some uninspiring shots there.
Yeah, a couple of average wedge shots. Maybe just avoiding getting too deep into that green.
Tong on next to play. Uh-oh. In a divot.
Yeah, I thought the ball might have avoided the divot, but they're looking at this one with a little trepidation here. That might be on the backside of the divot too, which is even worse to get the club on the ball properly.
I think it's.
No, it might be sitting right in the corner. Looks like you can get on that golf ball okay, though. I think this is going to be a little better than it might appear. But it's not. This is not a traditional shot. And here's the interesting thing. When you have a decision like this, as an individual, it's only on you, but you are a counting score for your team as well. And so she was thinking, oh, do I go left? Do I keep it away from the penalty area completely? Let's see if the decision paid off. Sounded like good ball contact. Okay, that's just fine. That's the best of the three right there with the worst lie.
And an uphill putt coming. Earlier, we had a chance to visit, or at least Emilia did, with our tournament's host. Let's listen to part of that conversation.
I am honored to be alongside Annika Sorenstam at the Annika Intercollegiate presented by 3M, the kickoff of the college golf season. Annika, when you took the big leap to move across the world to Sweden, from Sweden to play college golf at Arizona for 2 years, what in those 2 years prepared you to win at the highest stage and become one of the greatest golfers in the female game?
Yeah, I would say that it was a big move, obviously, to come to Sweden, to come here to the U.S. and play collegiate golf. But it taught me so many things. I mean, first of all, the level of play at the collegiate level, even at a few years ago, was very, very high. I learned to move away from home, be on my own, and just kind of take charge of my golf and be able to combine studies. And I mean, just living by yourself, there's a lot of adjustments to be made, and obviously a new language, a new culture. But it was tough in the beginning, but I learned so many things, and it toughened me up. It gave me some courage, but also it made me dream. It made me dream about golf and what can I do. Maybe I can turn professional. And so it was a very valuable time for me. In college, I learned so many things, and I'm very grateful for my time. I look back and I think it was very instrumental in my career overall.
There is not a screen big enough to cover the bio and all the important accomplishments of Hall of Fame member Annika Sorenstam. Yes, 97 worldwide wins, 72 on the LPGA Tour, 11 of those majors, 10 on the LPGA Tour, 1 over the age of 50, 8 Rolex Player of the Year awards. That's a record. Only female to break 60 in an official event. Represented Europe, 8 Solheim Cups, 3 times assistant captain, 1 time captain as well. And then she played in 2003 on the PGA Tour in a classy manner that has frankly rarely been seen in our game, which has seen a lot of classy moves. Dunn next to play her 3rd shot at number 5. Emilia's there.
Dunn chipping off the upslope. I like how she took a lower lofted club there to make sure she got it on that back tier. That was an excellent chip.
Yeah, working just back up the hill into the green. You could see some of the grain change and the different colorations of the grass there in our shot from behind the green there. These players are always trying to figure out, you see right, that whole location is right where the grain changes a little bit and the slope changes.
Choi will be next to play, and Emilia just want to confirm with Dunn, her 2nd shot stayed up, right? That was not a drop. That was her 3rd shot, yes?
Exactly. It was her 3rd shot. She got fortunate. It's very easy, even though these players don't have a long club in their hand, to leave it short. Given these college coaches, I know because my coaches have told me, don't go long with this whole location. You don't want to get in that back bunker. So oftentimes you'll see players try and get it just on the back shelf, and then it's easy to spin back to the front of the green. That's where Insa Choi is right now, just outside of 30 feet. This putt is slower than it looks. Really important to make sure you trust your speed. You want to make sure you get this up to the hole.
I'm sure she got some sort of idea from the chip of Dunn and working up the hill.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what a great birdie.
Oh, how about an idea?
She got the idea, the whole idea. What a putt that was. Let's take another look at this one and the reaction. Yeah, a little fist pump here early on in the 2nd round. Now, Emilia, I know this is such it's an individual game, but in the collegiate game like this, we're seeing the team aspect is so big as well. I mean, the birdie is not just, it's multiplied by 5 almost, isn't it? Every time you make a great putt like that.
Steve, you read my mind. That's what's so great about college golf. You're not just playing for yourself, even if you're not having a great round. And that was such a good effort by Tong on. You stay in it because you have to fight for your team. You're playing for something bigger than yourself, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's what, when I played at the University of Florida, I love that aspect of it. I was just out at the Walker Cup, another team competition, and you've played the Curtis Cup, and the whole thing. It's it just magnifies the emotion, and you're hoping that emotion is good emotion.
Especially because team golf is rare. Golf's an individual sport. When these players get into the professional level, unless they make a Solheim or Ryder Cup on the men's side, you're out there on your own. And in none and now, this would be a key par save after making a great birdie on the last.
Good close up of this, and that was a pull all the way.
But just echoing what you both have said about team golf, these young intercollegiate players will play team golf for the next few years. If you're seniors, this is your last year. But then having the opportunity to play again in a team setting, about if you get a chance to go on to the PGA Tour, about 5%, maybe maximum, will have the opportunity. As we go to number 6, and Steve, tell us about this 6th hole.
Well, the 6th hole is a par 4 here at the Royal Golf Club. And beautiful penalty area to hit it over there. Does not come into play at all. You've got some tree complex down the right and down the left, which really pinches this hole in. 413 yards, so it is a very strong par 4, and it works kind of back up the hill on the second shot. So you get the ball in the fairway, and then no bunkers around this green, though, which is pretty unique for this golf course right here. Very friendly as far as the membership goes. And there's a really good description of this golf club right now. 72 is the par. Yardage just under 6,500 yards. And like David talked about before, the queen of golf, Annika Sorenstam, and Arnold Palmer, the king of golf, created this golf course in 2018. General manager Kent Blaschke, Jeff Hartman, the PGA golf professional, the head golf course superintendent Michael Sonic, taking care of all these bent grass greens and fairways. And this is the type of turf that you really love to play golf on. It's very smooth, it's very velvety, and when you get the greens as smooth as they are, you're seeing a lot of great putts hold.
And to be clear, Arnold designed this golf course 2016, and it opened a couple years later. As we take a look at the team competition, with South Carolina defending champions moving to within 2 shots of the lead. Wake, USC tied at 4 over par, and they are tied for 3rd. Oregon then 4 shots back of that pairing. Anyone on this scoreboard right now, though Northwestern, South Carolina, Wake, and USC play so well, anyone has an opportunity to get lucky, get hot, and move up the leaderboard pretty substantially.
Well, on a day like this, too, where the winds are down compared to yesterday, they feel like this is the day we've got to push our way up. If I'm in 6th, 7th, 8th place in this team competition or individual, this is the day to kind of push it forward and make a few extra birdies.
3 tied at the top of the individual competition. Chloe Kovaleski powering Wake Forest. USC, that's University of South Carolina, Hyla Galitsky is powering the Gamecocks. You've got Northwestern Wildcats, Megan Meng at 5 under, sharing the lead, but in 4th place, sharing also a 3-way tie, another Wildcat, Ariana Lau. So lots of tremendous play thus far. None better than Chloe Kovaleski starting birdie, eagle, birdie, par.
There's the uphill nature of that second shot that I was mentioning right there, and just a really good, strong approach shot.
Back on the tee at number 6.
This is a little mini convention over here. This is a good time to get a little snack. We know that the rounds of golf and collegiate golf, the way they pack everybody in, they have to. The way they do it, sometimes you have a few backups. It's a good time to just take a little rest. About 6 holes into it, get a snack.
So when you and your fellow Gators were out there competing intercollegiate golf back in the mid to late 90s, Steve, when the pack would form, would you talk to your teammates? Would you talk to folks you hadn't seen from other teams? Would you trash talk a little gamesmanship? What would you do?
I have to say I wasn't a huge talker when I was out there on the golf course at all.
The Annika Intercollegiate winning coach, the victorious coach, it's an unbelievable exemption. That coach gets to pick a player from the winning team to then get an exemption into the LPGA Tour's very significant event, the Annika driven by Gainbridge at the Pelican. So it's voted by the teammates, but it is the captain's, the coach that actually makes the choice. And to me, it's a fantastic example of what Annika tries to achieve as far as her foundation is concerned, which is values of making a difference, exhibiting passion, being authentic, displaying humility, valuing differences, and a code of ethics for the Annika Foundation, doing our best, doing the right thing, showing respect to others, expressing gratitude, and having fun. You know who's having some fun? The leader, Chloe Kovaleski, who's now on the tee at number 6, 4 under on her round through 5 holes.
Well, and as these players look at this tee shot here, it looks like she's got driver here, so she's going to have to aim it over. You saw those trees that we saw on the flyover on that right side. It's a dog leg to the right, so she's going to have to aim it over the corner of those trees if she's going to take this club and be aggressive.
And you called it a beautiful penalty area as you go through. Beautiful to us watching from outside. Maybe not so beautiful when you're on that tee.
Yeah, it might be sufficient. It doesn't come into play off the tee, though. You're
it would
just
for
looking
me.
over. Well, for you, everything comes into play. All the houses, everything. But that was absolutely perfect right there. Excellent tee shot. There's a good look at it right there. You see the fairway bunker down that left side, kind of aiming at that.
Now Wong.
It's a good 250 yards to that fairway bunker. You
Just
see the speed of this fairway just scooting by, and
her dream foursome has Hannah Green, Lydia Cohen, Scotty Scheffler with her. SV next.
it's 2 good ones. So with driver trying to push it down there far as you can. Good solid par 4, 409 yards. It's a nice little speed slot off of that backside of that slope on the right. Trying to propel that ball up there and forward on the right side of the fairway.
You rarely get a chance to check with the brains of those who are the best at what they do. We had the opportunity through Emilia to check in with Annika Sorenstam to see what motivated her. Here's Emilia and Annika.
What motivated you, things you noticed to start the Annika Foundation and tournaments like the Annika Intercollegiate?
Yeah, I remember what it was like to, be a college golfer and to travel around. I mean, first, obviously, it's a lot of fun, but I think it's just very educational. I think it's great experiences. Learn about life in different ways. And so when I decided to step away from competitive golf, I said, you know what? If you look back at, my own career, what are some of the most instrumental parts and instrumental moments? I thought that was important for me. And obviously, college came to mind. And I said, I'd like to continue that tradition. I'd like to, give back to the collegiate division in that sense. And so I thought a college event would be perfect because this is kind of what shaped me and shaped my future.
Annika Sorenstam has had a number of different iterations of her career, whether it be golfer, then mother, now philanthropist. The Annika Foundation aims to develop, empower, and advance young women around the world through golf and in life. More specifically, they provide opportunities in women's golf at the junior, now the intercollegiate level, and professional levels, while teaching young people the importance of personal development, including living a healthy, active lifestyle through fitness and nutrition. All the elements you saw with Annika year in, year out on the LPGA Tour. And here's who's done what at this championship, the Annika Intercollegiate. Defending champion last 2 years, South Carolina. They also won the first edition back in 2014. Got a pair of USC wins in there as well. Wake Forest. So last 5 years, back and forth, South Carolina, Wake Forest.
Yeah, they have completely dominated this championship here, and the fact that these players, one player on each team on this winning team gets an opportunity to play an LPGA Tour event is so critical to get that victory as the team, and then the team is really helping that individual really achieve their own individual dreams. It's such a cool sort of connection.
Past individual champs, you love Hannah Darling down in South Carolina, probably call her Hannah Darlin. But in any case, Phoebe Brinker, four players, back in 2012, sharing the medalist honor, the individual championship. A Virginia player, an Ole Miss player, 22 and 21 as well, but a big pack back in 2023. And Hannah Darling played well last year, as I mentioned. That letter P on the cap means you play for the Pepperdine Waves. And you have the best college campus. I'm sorry, University of Florida, I'm going to have to say it. Bucknell University, my beloved home in Lewisburg, PA. But that's not up on the bluffs of Malibu looking out over the Pacific Ocean, boy. Pepperdine is.
Hanging out in the boo has got to be pretty tough.
Exactly.
You know? Lori Gibbs leading the pack there for the team, the head women's coach there at Pepperdine.
Here's Romero at 6, winner of the Mark McCormick Award. End of this month, she'll be in Singapore representing the U.S. women's amateur team.
Yeah, she is elite. Fantastic captaining their way over there. Long-time USGA Kendra Graham. She hasn't missed a whole lot of those. A couple wins on the docket for her last year. Nationally ranked number 2. She is, we're going to see a lot of her in many future years to come post-collegiate golf.
That's the hang at number 6. Long now in the fairway.
You want it, Thomas?
Said her parents were her heroes growing up. Dad, the one who got her into the game of golf. What she likes to do outside of playing? Hanging out with friends. Eat good food. She says driving accuracy, strongest part of her game. It allows me to have a good setup shot for her second shot. I think she's done just exactly that right here. Put herself in perfect position, hasn't she, Steve?
Yeah, this is right where you want to be right here, working up the hill. Again, no bunkers around this green, which honestly, it can be a little disconcerting because you're always trying to work the ball off of a feature around the green. Sometimes it can throw your focus off a little bit, really, and it's going to hang on right on the edge.
Name for that one, no SV. It was a classy shot all the way to the flagstick.
But the result was a part of the process of going through your routine and going through and really having a great finish on that swing right there. Well balanced, great result.
Chloe Kovaleski next. Controlled swing.
A little sawed off, trying to take a little spin off it, which she did. Woo! That was nicely done as well.
Should give Subachaya a pretty good look at the line there as well.
She's a strong. What I noticed, she's like a little firecracker. She's got a lot of spunk, a lot of energy. Really good supporter of the whole team prospect there. Only as a sophomore for Chloe.
Team ranked in the top 10, Wake Forest is. They're helmed by Captain Kim Llewellyn, Ryan Potter, assistant captain.
Yeah, and Wake Forest, they had to fill in last year. I mean, losing Carolina Chikara, world-class player, played in the ANWA, the Augusta National Women's Amateur. I mean, one of the top players in collegiate golf. Those are big shoes to fill, and Kim Llewellyn seems to fill in those big shoes each and every year when somebody like Emilia Doran leaves the squad.
Can't fill those shoes. Can't fill those shoes. You can try. You can't fill those shoes, though. Now back on the tee, this is Choi. Seo Choi.
You guys are too kind. This is a fun tee shot. You can tee it high, let it fly, although this is pulled to the left for Choi. That is going to make for a difficult second shot.
Well, and Emilia, we just saw a new addition to the Baby Grand Golf production broadcast. Shot tracer. Showed that ball going left a bit.
Tong An will be next to play. It's a very deceiving tee shot because the tee box aims you to the bunker, but you don't want to go there if you have driver. It's 250 with this elevated tee box to get in downwind as well. You really got to make sure you trust your target, which is close to the tree line, if not even inside that tree line on the right side, which can be quite awkward when you can't see the fairway on the other side from the tee box. You just have to commit to it.
Yeah, I never loved hitting in a spot where I couldn't see. There's a lot of trust, though. That's where the practice rounds come in. That's where really, trusting your numbers and trusting all the yardage that you know how far your driver carries. And each one of these players, they know they fly their driver 250 yards, 260, whatever the case may be.
And each practice round is basically 5 practice rounds. You got 5 teammates to give you some information based on what they hit there as well as then Dunham gets set to play.
That's a great point, Dave. When we were playing practice rounds in college golf, Steve knows this. You're talking with your players, especially the ones where you hit it the same distance, asking what club you hit on that hole. Did you hit less than driver or not? Dunham taking this way over the tree line, but that is going to be perfect.
Yeah, but be honest, both you guys. I mean, you weren't asking many questions. You guys were getting questions asked of you, like your teammates were saying, Steve, what do I do here? Amelia, how do I handle this?
I was always asking questions.
I love it. Now Wong for birdie at the green.
This one going to work from here left to right.
Just a moment ago, she chose Pepperdine because of the team atmosphere and amazing teammates. That campus may have helped as well. Chloe, now we looked live that a moment ago, but Chloe now looking at her line for birdie.
Slipping back on the team aspect just a little from the fiery start with all these players. Kowaleski playing wonderful golf early on. This is to go 5 under par through the first 6 holes. Right to left, very comfortable for a right-handed player. No, she's going to miss that low, and that one has gone well by. Look at that one.
Still trickling.
That was extremely fast. That's a good 5 feet or more. A little unexpected, but sometimes when you're on a run, you're putting the hammer down every time, and maybe she's trying to take a little bit of extra break out of that one. Still might be her putt too. Got that inside of the golf ball of Jeneth Wong, so she's going to take a moment, regroup. It's a little bit of a shock to your system as a player.
Steve was referencing the team leaderboard, Northwestern. One better than they were, leads by a couple at this point in team competition.
And that what was a birdie effort turns into a really big moment right here to keep the momentum. That was rock solid, though. The team at Wake Forest, they have a beautiful practice there. They've got bent grass greens, which they're playing here. They've got Bermuda grass greens. It's kind of in that transition zone in the United States where you can afford to have both types of surfaces. So these players, they're able to prepare for this type of surface, and then when they go play Bermuda, another place, they can prepare for that. So that's a pretty neat aspect of the amazing practice facility that they have right on the campus of Wake Forest.
Wong now for par, who says the most important lesson she's learned from her coach is try to forget what happened on the last hole or shot and move on and concentrate on the next shot. Forget that putt for birdie. Here's your par putt. And she makes it.
Yeah, beautiful putt right there. Eyes very far inside the golf ball there, which promotes a little bit more of a inside to inside putting stroke, and that was absolutely flush right in the middle.
How about SV for birdie?
This was a tremendous approach shot right here. This will just be an inside right effort here.
Lesson she's learned from her coach, everyone's got my back. Be thankful for what we have. Certainly up in Eugene, Oregon, beautiful place to go to school. She's thankful as Troy's got an issue standing inside the penalty area. It looks like, Emilia, you're down there. Tell us what she's got going on with this next shot, her second.
Now, this is going to be a very difficult shot for Choi. The ball's well below her feet, barely getting into the penalty area. She's actually just outside of it. This is all about getting good contact. Yes, it's 173 yards to the flag. The reality is, though, find a shot you can hit just to advance it. Oh, and she pulled that, which is very difficult to do with the ball below your feet, and that's in the hazard. That's gone. She's going to have to take a drop from there.
Ouch, that was really tough. The ball below the feet right there, a lot of time, the heel of the club can hit the turf first and really snap that face shut. And that's a big mistake right there. There was a lot of room out to the right, and that is going to be a drop.
Looking at a big number building as we take a look at it again. Steve, tell us what you see. Does that heel dig? Well, just past contact.
Well, look how low it is, though. The trajectory of this golf ball was not up high in the air at all. So it's got some trees. It's up, and they might find it.
Oof.
It's just in that kind of lighter green sort of foliage off the left side of the fairway. We'll see.
Now Den Dunnan, Emilia.
Den Dunnan in much better position on the right side of this fairway. Great angle into a left hole location, 127 yards. What's difficult about this approach shot, you want to be right of the flag, because if you land it too far left, it's going to slope all the way off the green. If you go too far right though, there's a hill that actually pulls it away from the flag. So this is one you need to be precise on.
Sawed off finish. It just didn't take the grab, and that's going to release about 15 feet behind. Oh, good solid shot, but could have been a little better with a little extra spin right there.
Lots of great words for our tournament host, Annika Sorenstam, all week long, but you come to a hole like this, maybe a little spicy hole like this, you might look at Annika from a different perspective. Maybe she's not all sweet all the time. She's also got some shot value in her mindset when she's an architect. Okay, we are taking a look right now at the travails at the 6th hole. Looks like they may have found the ball here of Choi. Let's go to Tong An out in the fairway, hitting her second.
If I'm Insa Choi, I'm being very careful about whether hitting the shot from the penalty area is actually going to serve me or if it's better to take a drop. Tong An, just 102 yards. Very gettable from this distance.
Emilia, that was a huge tee shot, too, and a bit of an unforced error right there with just a short wedge.
Yeah, just a gust of wind came up at the very end. Sometimes when you're in between clubs at that 102 yardage, you try and take some off, and then you just hit it too solidly and ends up going over the green. So Tong going to have to scramble there.
They're waiting for a ruling here at the 6th. Insa Choi has asked our cameraman to have someone come out and give a ruling, as Kim Llewellyn, the Wake coach, is not going to weigh in on the competitors' travails. Pepperdine University might want to get, if they can, their coach over there. Again, Pepperdine, coached by Lori Gibbs. Got a shot of the lie. It's not a terrible one.
It's pretty fortunate to be able to just see it.
He's speaking his camera right now. I need somebody to call. Thank you.
So hold up on a hole that is already one that kind of has a stockpile of players back on the tee. Emilia is checking to see what the question is on the part of the young Choi.
You just want to make sure that you go through the right process. And
Don't want to cost your team.
again, it's an individual endeavor, but it is a team endeavor here as well. And so you have to think on both sides of the equation.
They're going.
I just don't know which way I can drop, so... And I didn't really see which way the ball went in either, so I was just trying to get them to see which way I can drop it.
So Emilia, she's talking about not seeing where the ball crossed the line, and frankly, it crossed very early, rattled around in the trees, and stayed in that penalty area. So if you're talking about where it crossed the line, it was just about 5 feet in front of her after the previous shot. She yanked it way left.
Yeah, I was going to take a... I was going to actually tell her that because, yeah, it crossed pretty early.
Be back closer to where the cameraman is in that line, potentially.
And just so everyone knows, all of this information that's being given by Emilia and others is perfectly legal to try and determine where that ball crossed the line. Now, remember, she was standing on the red line for the penalty area. So immediately it went left. So it was already across. Now, did it cross back over a part we don't see, kind of where Emilia's standing right now? And is that an area where it crossed back into play, then back out of play again?
Okay.
So that's kind of where I had it.
And what happens here is you get the best information from everybody, determine where that spot is, and you go from there. If it happens to be an improper spot, it's what the committee ended up agreeing to, and
This is sometimes the gray area of golf and trying to determine these things. You have to do what's fair and what makes sense. You don't want to take what even seems like an unfair advantage of any sort of thing. And it's really up to the player, and it's up to the player who has the scorecard here of Choi, of what really that's the important thing, because they have to sign off on the end of the day. It's their responsibility, whoever's keeping her scorecard.
well, kudos to our third broadcast team member, Emilia Doran, and our cameraman, Greg Smith, helping make sure that this spot is as proper as can possibly be determined.
It looks like a rule official has just arrived as well, so Choi is probably going to confirm with him.
So my ball is currently in the hazard.
Yes.
And then apparently it crossed from
Okay.
I was wondering what my drop options were.
Well, you got
Or
two
like-
club lengths. Where do you think it went in? Here?
From,
That's where I had it. I was standing right there and kind of crossed it. Where the bump.
Back here or up here?
It was a couple steps back.
Okay. Okay. Well, you can go back to the tee. You probably don't want to do that, do you?
oh, this is my second shot. I was like,
Okay. So you got two club lengths from here. That's you really.
and then what would be another option if I was to go backwards?
What?
If I was to go backwards, what would be an option?
Well, you can go back to where you played your. You can stroke and dig where you last played. You can go back there.
Or is that it? Just drop.
And then, I mean, but your other option is
And then, okay.
it's not going to work.
Okay.
I mean, I shouldn't tell you that, but it's not going to work,
Yeah.
right?
So anyway, here.
Okay. All set?
Yeah.
Got a rules
Right.
clinic here, folks. You determined the spot where across the line. Emilia Doran did or helped substantially with that, right about where the mark was. Right, they got two club lengths to hit it from there. You can go back to where you hit your previous shot and hit it as though you, well, as a lost ball. You can hit it from where it is if you found it, and with this red line, you can take a spot where the ball crossed, that spot Emilia identified, and keep that point between yourself and the golf hole and go back as far as you want. And at that point in Minnesota, you're at this part of Minnesota, you are deep, even deeper in trouble than she is right now.
Exactly. This was the right choice, right? It's still, now she's going to struggle to make six. I mean, this is the fourth shot. Hopefully that tree ahead. How much of that tree ahead is going to give any issues here for Unso Choi?
It's going to be impactful for Choi. She's going to have to hit a low one, even out to the right, to be able to carry it farther towards to the green. The key is to clear your mind. It's very easy to have a lot of things spinning around, quicken up your routine. Try and just keep everything as steady as you can and advance something up to the green.
Yeah, it's almost like a double penalty in this case right here. We got the tree right in our way now, and now we got long grass we've dropped it into. This is no bargain at all. She's going to really have to work for 6.
Well, that was excellent contact. This should get up to the green.
What a shot. Oh, almost hit the stick. That was pretty awesome. That's got to sit, though. That's going to go off the backside of the green. Down for 6 there.
Let's go up to the green at number 7. Wong first for birdie.
And both Tong Wan and Andon Dunnan waited a bit on the green. Very easy in college golf. Yeah, this having some weights during the round, having rounds over 5 hours, just pretty common out here. So you're just finding ways to occupy your mind, hang out with your playing competitor and things like that. Looks like Andon Dunn is actually going to be first to play. Putting back down the hill, you have to be very careful of your speed. This will turn left to right the whole way. If you're in doubt of where to play this ball, you play a little bit out farther to the left.
As we look forward at number 7, we've got that Dunnan putt at number 6. Absolutely right, Emilia. This is a tricky one coming down the hill. Emilia set it up for us. Let's see if Dunnan can take care of it. And it stays out to the right. Forward 1 hole to Chloe for birdie.
Good, strong par 3 here. On the 7th, she's just going to cozy that one down there.
Dunnan tapped in for her par. Chloe will take some time to look at her par putt. Back to you, Emilia. Here we've got the travails of Unsa Choi. She's next to play for bogey.
So many players have experienced this. Anytime you're a competitive athlete, you have areas where you got to fight for adversity. Unsa Choi right now is in one of those spots where she missed it left off the tee, decided to go with an aggressive play with her second shot, and that ended up in the penalty area. Now this is trying to make an up and down for double bogey, triple bogey. Not the most difficult chip shot. Very important just to keep it low on that left side as well.
So up and down for double. And just, Emilia, did she find her ball or did she not find it?
She did not find it. I was just trying to determine where it crossed.
Yeah, we saw a golf ball, thought it might have been hers, but I guess it was not. So she had to take one of those 4 options. Here she is now, 5th shot at number 6, the par 4.
This needs to go a little more.
Pretty well done right there.
First 4 shots, not great. Last 2, pretty good. Now Suvi. SV. Suvichaya. Wow. She's making those birdies.
Beautiful stroke. You get the ball rolling on the right line out here, you are going to fill some putts in.
Watch out for the ducks as we go back to 6. And Emilia, this is on. Nice shot for her.
A very excellent shot, trying to make her 3rd birdie in the last 5 holes, putting on a show right here with the putter, and her speed has really been the key. Once you marry line and speed, you just got to get it on that start line and you start rolling things in.
Well done. Oregon moving closer and closer to Wake. Inside the top 4. 2 are tied at the top. It's Northwestern and the defending champions. Excuse me, USC is tied at the top, not South Carolina. The other USC, the West Coast USC, tied at 2 over par, a couple shots back. South Carolina, 4 back of them, Wake Forest. This now for double.
This is an important putt for Choi. just outside of 5 feet. If she were to make this, would just be 1 over par for the day. And there are birdie holes out here. Yesterday, shot a round of even par, made 2 birdies in the par 5s. The 9th hole coming up is a reachable par 5. You just got to stay patient, stay locked in with the round at hand.
Okay.
Emilia, that was a gutsy double if there's ever such a thing. I mean, that could have really derailed her round, but she hit 3 nice shots, frankly, after those first 2.
Sure, I completely agree, Dave. Kind of reminds me of the bogey Andon Dunnan made on 3. It was also a good double that she fought for.
Indeed, so Pepperdine does not drop that much farther. They're currently inside the top 10 with USC now leading by a couple over Northwestern. Northwestern going in the wrong direction. They're tied with the defending champions, South Carolina Gamecocks. Wake Forest currently 4th, 6 shots back. Oregon, 7 shots back, 9 over par in 5th place. San Jose State making a little bit of a move, a little bit of noise there. UT, the Horns are hooking them. They're 12 over par, 10 shots back. And again, in this format, a little stumble by the guys at the top, the gals at the top, and some birdies dropping like we saw Chloe Kovaleski going birdie, eagle, birdie. Things can change. As Emilia's group goes to number 7, let's take a look at this hole, Steve.
Now the 7th hole, 181 yards. And we've got a penalty area that's short and to the right here that you just have to avoid. You got to hit a good, solid approach shot. The good news is today the hole is located in the back shelf of this green. 26 paces on, 13 from the left, so it's not on the edge necessarily, but it's towards that back shelf of the green, much away from that penalty area. So I would not anticipate it really coming into play, hitting it in that penalty area today. But just a really strong par 3. If you can average a 3 on every par 3 throughout your life, you will be way ahead of most people you play against.
And Steve, in Minnesota, the golf season is so short, and the golf fans and players are so passionate. They just love this time of year, the Annika Intercollegiate coming to town, and again, 7 of the top 10 teams in a field of 12 teams. As we take a look at number 7 in the fairway, it's a special spot.
You definitely find when you have a shortened golf season that folks in the air. I played on the Canadian tour, and it's not too far from the Canadian border up here in the northern stretches of the United States, and you have such a limited window that when you can get out there and play and you don't have to put on long sleeves as we're seeing today and pants, you really enjoy the moment.
I remember working for Golf Channel, and a Canadian fan came up and wanted to talk to me about my dad, but thought my dad was Dave Marr, the Canadian player. Didn't know my dad was Dave Marr, the major champion. And when he realized I wasn't Dave Marr's kid, he just, whatever, and walked away. Then Dunnan, next to play. Emilia? First on this tee box. You heard Steve talk about it, and Dunnan. Solid day today.
See the downhill nature of this tee shot here at the par 3. It's going to release just a little, may catch a little bit of a backstop and funnel its way towards the hole a little bit. That's a good solid shot right there.
A couple under yesterday, a couple over today. But still, it seemed relatively solid in her play. Had a double at 3 and a bogey at 5, but birdied number 4. On next at the tee at 7.
China, the sophomore.
Not sure this is her hole. She's made birdies at 2, 4, and 6, taking off those odd holes. She bogeyed the first, but parred the other 2.
It's the balance swing. Just left of the hole. Not too far left, though. And they're just trying to take that short out of play where that hole was located. Smart. On the top of that slope right there. Any putt from below is going to be much more difficult than where these players are going to be putting from. So smartly playing this behind the hole.
And I will tell you, Choi showed me a little Annika Sorenstam in that last hole. Annika never gave up. She knew what she had to do. She stayed committed. And Choi talked about Annika as she gets ready for her tee shot. She said, Annika had always been a role model for me growing up. She's one of the golfers that I've admired as long as I can remember.
I think this is the shot that, see how she bounces back here. And that one a little up ahead of it as far as the delivery, and about 30 feet short right of the hole.
Let's go to the 8th. On the tee, Chloe Kovaleski at 5 under par. She currently leads by a shot.
Really strong player. When she was 14 years old, David, she played in the Women's U.S. Open in Olympic Club in 2021. Was the youngest participant that year in the 76th edition of that event.
That is something else. Here she is now live.
What were you doing when you were 14?
I'm not playing golf at any level that anyone wants to watch. He certainly wasn't composed enough to play in that kind of a...
You know, what I picked up on when I spent some time with Chloe in Winston-Salem there a week and a half ago, she's just such a... She's got a very confident and personable energy about herself, but the confidence really was the strong suit that I noticed. That's what differentiates the players who end up really making it big versus the players who kind of do it. Like, she obviously in a great position here, but I don't think she's, you know, I don't think she's disappointed. Or I think she understands the moment she's in.
Mm-hmm. That shot's just getting better and better. Kovaleski will have a birdie putt.
She's not scared of any moment of this nature of being in the lead.
Wong next to play. She talked about Annika in lofty words as well. She's inspired many young girls to further career of golf, which I really look up to.
Well, this whole location on the 8th is in the front left here. This is very gettable. Everything kind of wants to funnel back to it from the right. She's delivered this from the right. And that's just going to come up a little short. Pretty easy chip and run from there. She might even have designs of holing that one.
Next up, SV. Svijaya.
I'd be happy to have Suvi on their team. That's a really fundamentally sound move right there through the golf ball, and that's going to come up a little short. Players just a little gun shy of getting it too deep there, and that wind coming into from the right is just kind of holding those approach to those wedge shots up a little bit. And that beat from the upslope just shot up a little too high and got gobbled up by the wind.
Her favorite Annika quote, smell the roses. Life's more than just winning a tournament. Enjoy every path you take. Back to the group behind. Emilia's with this group, and Choi has a birdie putt.
The last part of this putt for Choi is going to be very steep up the hill. Important to make sure you give it enough speed, especially with how fast these greens are. It's actually hard to give yourself the ability to hit it as hard as you need to do for this putt. I've had it a number of times. It's so easy to leave it short. This is just such a special tournament for these players. Anytime you get to compete in an event that has Annika Sorenstam's name attached to it, it just elevates it in a whole nother way. She's a role model to so many, including myself. We've all looked up to her for as long as we can remember.
Shoot, male or female, golf or otherwise, you can look at Annika and what she's done with life, with her career, with her philanthropies. And whether you're older or younger than she is, she can be a role model to you. Choi talks about her team. She says, I value how our whole team really vibes well, and we all click fairly early on, so no awkward moments. That's the Pepperdine Waves as An gets ready for her birdie putt.
This is a tricky read for An. Advantageous that Ann Dunnan is in a similar spot. She will get a great idea of how this double breaker moves. It goes right initially, then it wants to sneak left at the hole.
there. Again, you can see some of these grain changes. And look, bent grass greens don't have tons of grain, but it really gives you an indication of slope. And that was a dark green patch as they're working up, and those are always going to be slower. You have to take a little bit into account. It's not like a Bermuda grass green necessarily, but you always have to take a little of that into account as far as speed.
Well, this is a sneaky putt. Definitely one players were hitting in the practice round because it's slow the last 4 feet, but you don't want to ram it by because then you're going all the way back down the slope. Dunnan got a good look at the pace of this one. Got to hit it harder than you think.
Got the pace. There's not the line. Let's go up one hole to the 8th. Third shot from off the green. For Wong.
Electing the putter. Came out pretty nicely. That's well done. And this front approach here, almost like an extension of the green itself. She's going to put a little change on that. Just clean it up and align that ball up the way she likes. Tap that thing in.
Most significant moment or win? Winning the 2025 Women's Amateur Asia Pacific, or winning our first college tournament in Silicon Valley back in 2024. Back to Emilia.
Tong on, just cleaning up her par putt. Important, even though it's a short one, to go through your entire routine. Specifically, keep the tempo in these short ones. You don't want to ram them.
As if she was listening to you, Emilia, right in the center of the hole. Great tempo. Suchaya off the green for birdie. At number 8, second appearance in the Annika Intercollegiate.
And that one's also going to miss low. Rolled very smoothly, though, from that collar.
Back to Dunnan for par. Okay, so the 10 a.m. starting time is on to the next hole as Chloe has a birdie putt here at number 8. Steve, we could save some energy if we just said Kovaleski for birdie and put it on tape and just played it over and over again.
Yes, we could. That one just slid past right there, but that's exactly what she wanted to do. Just get off to a nice start here.
Didn't have a chance to putt for birdie at number 2. No, she made that eagle putt, so did not get the chances. Kovaleski makes her pars. We go to the 8th. Emilia's headed that way, but tell her what she's got ahead of her, Steve.
Well, the 8th hole here is a 407-yard par 4, and we have no fairway bunkers as this hole meanders its way from left to right. Just a beautiful setting right here. Maybe a little fade off the tee required. Then you have a green protected with a bunker that doesn't sit right off the front edge. You have a little bit of space between that front right bunker that you see in the middle of your screen and the front edge of the green. That little approach there, we saw a few putts come from. And with the hole in the front left today, and the pin, the green kind of working from back right to front left, these players trying to get the ball below left of the hole, giving themselves the straightest putt up the slope.
Suchaya for par. Oh, wow.
That, now she's got a lot of work left. Ouch. Thought that putt was going to break a little to the right and just absolutely powered it through the break.
WGCA second team All-American for last season, holds a scoring average of 69.8 after last season, but boy, that was just exactly what Emilia said not to do. Don't just keep that tempo. Don't try and jam it in there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a shock to her system.
She's 1 under on the day, but not so much longer as we go back to the tee in Dunedin. Her tee ball up
Well,
the
this
hill.
shot on the 8th tee is similar to the 6th tee shot where you can cut the corner on that right side. That's what Dunn chose to do.
Is this tee shot easier or more difficult than the 6th, would you say?
I would say it's easier, just given that it's not as deceiving off the tee. You know that you have room on that left side. It's pointed towards the right side as well. There are 2 trees out in the fairway that are pretty close together, 2 trunks. That's exactly where Tong An hit it, and that's where I would recommend the players finish at their target there.
Look at that bounce. That ball must have rolled 60 or 70 yards. It took like a hit off a tarmac.
Suvichaya for bogey.
Oh no. That's a lot of wasted golf shots right there.
Back to Emilia.
Choi taking it over the trees as well. Beautiful looking draw. That will be great position.
It kind of all depends on where you hit it in the fairway and get it down that left side. Maybe get a little bit more propulsion off of the backside of the slope. But that one nicely positioned, though.
Yeah, Emilia called it. That is just great position. The individual leaderboard has had a share of the lead for a while, but Chloe Kovaleski is the only player now at 5 under. Ayla Galitsky 4, as is Megan Mang, all representing their teams well. Elise Lee, the low USC Trojan at this point. You see 2 Wildcats from Northwestern inside the top 5. That's why that team is leading. Tong An is the low competitor for her team right now. 1 under for the tournament. She is through 7 holes, a couple under on her round today. She got a bogey and 3 birdies. It's all about the teams, though, here. USC, Southern California, at the top of the leaderboard by a couple shots. Northwestern in 2nd place. South Carolina tied with Northwestern. Northwestern, the defending NCAA champs. South Carolina defending Annika Intercollegiate champs. I mean, there is quality all around, including with our tournament host, who Emilia earlier had a chance to catch up with.
What were some of the instrumental moments in your 2 years that you look back on fondly?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, I enjoy the college atmosphere. I enjoyed my teammates. I enjoyed all the memories, and I don't know, it just it was incredible. I think I grew up in 2 years. I probably grew maybe 10 years older. You know, I think I matured a lot, but it put things in perspective too. And you know, I was fortunate to have a good career. I mean, I certainly worked harder. I remember coming from Sweden, landing in Tucson in August, and it was super hot. But you know, the courses were great. The practice facilities are amazing. I just felt like I was just so excited to practice every day that my game just got better and better. And so I look back at that moment. You know, it was an important part of my transition. So, you know, college would always have that favorite spot in my heart.
Annika Sorenstam, can you imagine you end up leaving your hometown just outside of Stockholm, getting on a plane, show up into Arizona in August? Man, that is a culture and a temperature change.
Yeah, you don't need all those sweaters at that time of year, do you?
But then she goes out being a kid from another country, you know, perfecting the language, trying to work on her golf game, plays in Europe for a bit, finds herself, did not earn her LPGA Tour card, wins Rookie of the Year on the LET, the European Tour, wins Rookie of the Year on the LPGA Tour, and then goes on, again, to have that legendary career in terms of wins and majors, but also what she always represented.
I think, and we could argue, I think there's a strong argument that Annika Sorenstam is doing more post her golf career on the course than she did. I mean, she's doing more off the course as far as this intercollegiate is concerned, and all of her clinics that so many facets of her foundation than she did on the golf course. 9
different competitions through different ranks for folks to play. Virtue of the Annika Foundation. Forget that she's a great mom to 2 kids, a boy and a girl, as we check in Dundenon, with her second shot here at number 8.
And Annika spoke about it, taking the courage to travel across the world to play college golf. All 3 of these players did the same thing. Dundenon from the Netherlands, Choi from New Zealand, and Tong An from China. all having great college experiences at their respective schools. This from 116 yards from Dunnan.
He got on the backside of the bunker too, which is going to be a little problematic. Short-sided miss, maybe a little backswing issue there. That's going to be a very tough up and down.
On next to play.
Yeah, Dunnan was just on the upslope there. Easy to have a pole. 114 yards for on. Gettable hole location. You got to take advantage of it.
It's got her attention. Okay, just trying to funnel. It'll be a right to left birdie effort there.
Now Choi.
This flag is sitting in a little swale. If you take it on the right side, can land it hole high because it's into the wind. Everything should spin towards the hole. The key is to not cross target on that left side.
Oh, that's really strong right there, right behind the hole. It'll be a downhill left to righter. Pepperdine Wave, they need a little comeback right now. Place in the team competition here. Take another look at it from the behind the green view. As this ball sails in the air and spins back. Everybody watching, they want to be able to spin the ball. You know, you asked your, as a PGA professional, I asked my students, okay, how far do you hit the ball? Oh, I hit my 7-iron 135 yards. I want to spin it back, though. Well, why do you want to spin it back? I don't want to spin it back. You don't need to spin it back.
Everyone wants to spin it. Come on.
Go forward.
You can. Everybody else wants to. As we check in on Chloe, and I guess they would call it a spot of bother here on the right side of the hole.
Yeah, that's Ryan Potter there, the assistant coach for the team in Deacons.
I'm just saying, I don't think I can get under and not hit the slope. I don't know. And if I'm on an upslope and I don't have a good lie, that helps it. And that seems like...
Then yes, if you're not comfortable with that, then yeah, let's stick with it.
Great audio from our Baby Grand production team. On an upslope.
150 thing, it's only like 80 yards, so this isn't going to get...
Doesn't like the lie, she said. Doesn't think she can get the ball in the air over that branch.
Yeah, it's a par 5 though here, so you got to keep that in respect. Position the ball. She's not out of realm of making birdie on this hole, but the tee shot just a little wayward, and just have to play smart. That's you don't need to force the issue by any means. You don't have a lie in this thick rough over here. This bluegrass rough, gnarly. She's still not sure about what she wants to do.
Well, she's 4 under par on the front 9 5s the last 2 days. 2 different holes. She made birdie on both yesterday. Eagle so far today. She's even on the second 9 5s. You finish with 2 par 5s on this golf course. That's the Arnold side, the King side. Arnold Palmer design just before passing in 2016. Ooh, Dunnan. With what we had heard from Steve, might be a difficult shot here. Emilia, what does she have?
It is a difficult shot. You just have to make sure you give yourself a par look. Don't get too cute with it. That was an excellent shot from Dunnan. The closest you could really hit there without leaving it short.
Yeah, you could see her knees kind of staying low there, making sure you swing with the slope. That's the big thing out of the bunkers. Don't give yourself another bunker shot or a chip. I mean, she's got a chance. She's going to have a maybe 15, 20 feet there for par. But
up ahead, Chloe punched out. She was tentative about her lie at that point here. Chaya's second shot at 9.
Really strong there. Just catches the backside of that slope and releases.
Let's go back to Tan on.
This will break subtly from right to left for on, just outside the hole, slightly downhill. Got to be aware of pace. Try and marry speed and line. This will be for her 4th birdie on the front 9.
turn in there. No, just gave it a little too much borrow.
Yeah, don't mind. You can just okay.
Had birdied all the even holes at that point. Now Dunn and Emilia, when you have a bunker shot like she had and you pull it off as well as she did, you're left with a putt you wouldn't necessarily expect to make. But still, she's got to be thinking to herself, boy, I put half of that impossible up and down on the green, giving myself a chance. How important is this par putt for her?
It is a very important putt. These are the kind of par saves that feel more important than birdies, being able to save your score. Today, she's just 2 over par in her round, so to be able to make this putt would be huge for momentum, especially with the par 5 in the next hole. Just slightly right to left break.
Oh, how good is that right there? What a par right there. And this has been the most difficult hole on the golf course, this 8th hole. About a 4.5 stroke average.
So solid.
And she picked up a half a shot on the field right there.
So Chloe punched out. This is now her 3rd shot. Didn't get but the fairway.
Oh boy, this is way above the feet there. A very thick lie, as you could hear. She is going to be really working for a par here. That's going to be some 30, 40 yards from the hole location.
More trouble now. Emilia back to Choi at 8.
Oh, this would be a great birdie after the double bogey on the 6th hole. Coming back down the hill, breaking slightly left to right.
Oh, Emilia, that was in the entire way until it just clipped the right edge, the low edge of the hole. So Choi unable to make birdie, still showing some grit and resilience. Yes, this 10:10 a.m. starting time right there. Then Dunnan with her tremendous up and down, and this was Choi after a double. Looked good all the way and just stays out. Grabs a piece, but not enough of a piece of the low side, and on she goes to the tee at the par 5 9th. Tell us about this hole, Steve.
Well, the 9th hole here is par 5, 504 yards. As these players work their way through the pines on the right and around them. That's where Chloe Kovaleski was a moment ago, just short and right near those pines. And so you got to put yourself in that fairway down the left side a little bit. And no fairway bunkers there, and no green side bunkers either. You're just trying to work your way all the way. You got a difficult hole location. The hole is back right. You see a little knob in the middle right of that green, and the back part of that green runs away. So tough to get the ball close. This is going to be ball's going to really run away from the players here.
3rd shot for Wong up at the green. Does it get to that ridge? Not quite.
It's kind of an up and down sort of thing, and it just didn't have enough on the up.
That left for birdie. UST still holding a 2-shot lead over Northwestern and South Carolina. We got Wake 4 shots back. Oregon now 9 shots back. Chloe's 4th is on the way. And you can tell she didn't like it. She's hit it past the flagstick over the green.
Yeah, there's that away part right there. That was, I mean, look how low she was from the green right there. And this is going to test her mettle a little bit. Now that one is makeable off the green. If she wants to chip from there, she could chip it in potentially. It's working back up the hill, but
up and down for a share of the lead is Subachaya Mentes Chatham. Maybe we can show Chloe a little bit what to do here. It's her 3rd shot. Good effort.
Yeah, that was pretty well done right there. But this hole,
back to the tee on this 9th hole, Dunnan.
One of the widest fairways on the golf course. Want to keep it down the left side. This fairway does slope to the right. If you leak it out there, that is perfect for Dunnan.
there you go. Look at that ball scamper.
That a moment ago, now live on the tee.
If you can carry this tee shot around 240 yards, that will give you that downslope kick that Andon Dunnan got, and you could potentially reach this green at 2.
Emilia, it's been the easiest hole on the golf course. A pretty interesting change of pace from the hardest hole on number 8. Now you come to the easiest hole on number 9. And that ball caught that speed slot there.
Must make
That's what I
Kovaleski
love
so
about
little.
Royal Golf Club. It's such a contrast between gettable holes and holes you have to be very careful of. The finish is really cool too, with back-to-back par 5s as Insa Choi gets set to go. This is a slight pull again, but it should be fine. Just headed towards the left side of the fairway.
There you go. Nice little contour to work it back towards the middle. That's very friendly.
Thank you, Annika, for that little side bend. Okay, this is the 5th shot for par. Chloe, a moment ago, to keep a 1-shot lead in the individual.
Electing to chip. Oh, hits the stick. She had designs of making that one, but that's going to be a big fat 6 on a hole that she felt like she needs to make a 4 on.
And she'll slide back into a share of the lead. 3 ways again with Isla Galitsky, Megan Mang. Isla's from South Carolina, Megan from Northwestern. Let me just polish this one off. Ladies, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be disappointing, though. Very disappointing after putting together such a nice front 9. At least the start, 4 under through 3. And to only shoot 3 under, I think she's going to be a bit unhappy about that.
I think so.
But still a lot of golf to play. Back 9 plays a little shorter in yardage.
It's now Wong.
That was high all the way. Look how much slope that back part of that green has, though. And this is really, you get a short par 5, and the setup of the green and where the hole is located really is perfect for the yardage of the hole.
Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Southern Cal, USC. With another birdie now, the lead is 3. Subichaya for birdie at number 9.
Ticklish one. Oh boy, look how fast that one is. Those are the kind of putts that turn golfers into broadcasters right there.
You made a ton of those, man. Come on.
Well, a couple here and there, but
ask Tiger.
They definitely give you the willies after a while. I think they.
Disappointing par, would you say?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this hole is a hole where you've got to make a 4 on. You really feel like you have to. It's about a 4.5 stroke average for the players. 4.55 on the stroke average, to be exact. I mean, so half the players are making 4, half the players are making 5. You want to be on the good half of that.
5.33 for this threesome. As well as they've been playing, that's unexpected. Go back down the fairway.
It's easier just given you don't have any obstacles like a bunker to deal with. With some swales and undulations, though, that's one thing to consider. That, though, is a beautiful shot from Choi, landing that exactly where you need to hit it.
She says she likes to play par 5. She plays them pretty solidly. She says most of her birdies are from par 5s, but that hasn't proven to be the case so far this week. Insa Choi made a bogey on the first par 5 today at second hole. She's also made a couple of birdies on them yesterday as An gets ready for her second shot here at the par 5.
On has just 210 yards, the flag playing more like a 190 shot with the wind and wanting to err towards the front portion of the green. This is drawing, should end up in that swale, and we'll be okay as long as it doesn't go into the rough.
See, sit down, sit. It's going to work its way down.
You like an obedient golf ball. It's set. As Dunnan is next to play.
Dunnan hit almost a 290-yard drive, 178 yards left to this flag, hit an absolute bomb. That's what helps when you hit it high and it's downwind. An iron off the tee, or an iron for her approach shot now. Just got to be careful, make sure you make a good decision. Associate head coach Ryan Potter on the bag. He's very good and calculated with the yardages and numbers you need to hit. Had a lot of experience with Coach Potter alongside me, helping me make these good decisions. It's what's so nice about college golf, to have a coach with you to be able to guide you during your decision making on the course.
And Steve, I guess it's nice to be a college coach with Emilia Doran, making you look good.
Yeah, Ryan knows his stuff. He's been there for a good 8 years now. So
how do they decide
and
where
has
the coach
really
and assistant
been able
coach
to
will be?
watch and develop.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that Ryan Potter's been able to watch and develop since her freshman year. And her junior year, she's gained over a shot in scoring average, and it's because of shots like that.
just hits a little in the upslope too. Too bad that ball didn't release, and might have gotten very close, but still be an eagle putt up over the slope.
Again, 3 tied at the top: Kovaleski, Galitsky, and Meng. We got Elise Lee from USC, the low player from her school, at 3 under par, 1 shot back in 4th. Another Northwestern Wildcat in 5th, that Ariana Lau. Received and Dunnan, even par, playing number 9. And how do the coaches determine? Do they follow a particular match? Does one go to a couple of holes and leapfrog each other? What do they do? Assistant versus
it all varies. I think the coaches can. There's times where, hey, I'm going to walk with this player the whole entire round, and then the next round they'll walk with another player. Some players and the coaches will coach them before the round, and they won't coach them on the golf course at all. It depends on the personality of the player. You have to coach to the personality of the player. You have to know your players inside and out, and all these coaches obviously do, but it's so important to coach in that respect and give the player what they need in the heat of competition.
Coach Frank Darby from St. John's University talked about when he was coaching Keegan Bradley, the current U.S. Ryder Cup team. He knew that when he was getting called over by Keegan, he was just being asked for a power bar or something along those lines. He didn't need any help at all. Keegan, he didn't even walk with him at all, as Chloe Kovaleski hits her tee shot at 10.
This 10th hole, a short-ish par 4, only 330 yards. That one's going to find the right side of the fairway, providing a nice angle to the back left hole location here today at 10. Wind starting to freshen there. You see the flag rustling, the trees moving around a bit. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I don't think it's as high as it was yesterday, though. We saw winds in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 miles an hour yesterday, so still a little bit lower, but as it picks up, and it starts to get a little cooler as well when that wind starts to pick up.
Yeah, Amelia's down there, can actually feel the wind. It's similar yesterday to today, or is today a little bit lighter?
Today is lighter. It is picking up, though. Right now, about 5 to 10 miles an hour at most. Yesterday, it was up to 30. As Tong Ong gets set to go with her third shot, coming out of the rough on the upslope, pitching into the slope of the green, and then it goes back downhill the last 10 feet. Very important to make sure you finish this chip. It's easy to hit this high on the face. I like to feel that the butt end of my club is pointed at my belly button when I finish this shot.
I don't know what it is about Wake Forest golfers and being able to impart tips to people, but that's so graphic what Emilia just said. Jay Haas always just very specific about how to hit a golf shot. He says finish with your belt buckle pointing towards the target and on your right toe, and you're done. As we go to number 10 tee, Suvichaya on the tee.
Let's see if she can follow Chloe Kovaleski down the fairway. When she does, very nicely done.
Back to 9. So after this par 5, they won't see another one till the 17th hole. Emilia said she likes that par 5 finish. This is the last of the Annika holes, last of the Queen's 9 again. We talked about it at the beginning of this broadcast. King and the Queen designing this Royal Golf Club. Queen of the LPGA Tour for so long, Annika Sorenstam got the front 9, her first design attempt in the U.S. Did a great job. And the last design attempt in the U.S. for a man who has his name on so many golf courses, the King, Arnold Palmer. Now Choi for birdie, or excuse me, eagle here at the par 5.
Just coming up a little slope, and then everything works down the last 12 feet or so. You have to be a little cautious of the speed here. Speed is very tough to attain.
So that remaining for the birdie. Love how she's battled after that double bogey, battled to make double bogey, and then the 2 holes after, she had great looks. Almost made a couple of birdies now. About 3.5 feet left for her.
You just keep fighting in this game, though. I think if you're a player in a stroke play that can compartmentalize each hole, and that's why match play can sometimes, obviously this is stroke play, but you almost have to take a match play mentality in that way, because every hole is its own little tournament in a way. And so if you can do that in stroke play competition, that's always going to be very helpful to eliminate what's going on in the past and just stay focused on the present.
And then done and get back to even on the day, always on the low side and way too much pace. She's a couple over on her round. That eagle putt, one that she's clearly not very happy with. It's the opportunity to go out and try and make her birdie still.
Fast that was, though. That was just really motoring. Didn't help that it was a downwind putt either. Now she's got a good 8 feet for the birdie, and you'd hate to make a par on a hole like this, considering you had just an iron in on a par 5.
It's kind of what she's staring at, though, is Tong An from the University of Oregon. That's this putt for her birdie.
Wow. Had to slide from left to right a little bit. It's going to stay out.
I think she's going to stay 1 under on her round. Inside the top 10 currently, 4 back of the leaders. Even for the tournament. And then Dunn made a clutch one, a long one on the previous hole. That was for par. She's got one now after that eagle putt ran by. Coming back, saw what it does around the hole, Emilia. This now for birdie.
Now this is going to be a tricky read, too. Opposite side for Den Dun, and it actually broke to the right at the hole, so you'd think this would go left at the hole. Might go right early. Key is to keep up the pace, hit it inside the hole firm.
That's just a killer for your psyche, your momentum. Got to stay positive, but it's just those are hard little pills to swallow along the way of a tournament like this.
Still, though, she didn't drop a shot.
No, but she feels like she did, and that's sometimes worse than actually dropping a shot.
I guess so.
It's funny how the game of golf works. I totally agree, Steve. You can make bogey on a hard hole and you literally drop a shot, but you think you're okay, and then you make par on a par 5. You don't drop a shot, but you feel like you lost one. Excellent opportunity here for Insa to make another birdie.
go one over for the day.
Chipping back at that double bogey she made at number 6, the birdie at the 9th. She's done with the Queen's 9, but her second birdie of the day, 4th of the tournament. She dropped a shot at the par 5 second as well as we go forward to Chloe Kovaleski at number 10, her second.
After that bogey back there on the 9th. Let's see how she rebounds. No, that's not going to make it up that slope, and that's going to be a lengthy birdie putt, kind of up and over the swales here.
USC still leading by a couple now over just Northwestern. You've got South Carolina, defending champions, 3 shots back. NCAA champs, Northwestern. You got Wake Forest, 5 back, 10 back to Arizona State, the dreaded in-state rival of our tournament host, the University of Arizona Wildcat herself, Annika Sorenstam. UT finds itself in a share of 5th, 10 shots back. Oregon, San Jose State also tied for 7th. They are 12 shots back. Then you got Pepperdine, Duke University inside the top 10. There are 12 teams in this field. 4 players tied for the individual lead currently at the Annika Intercollegiate. Chloe Kovaleski, Isla Galitsky, and Megan Meng. Got Elise Lee of the team-leading USC Trojans at 300, just 1 shot back as we go to Suvachaya, second shot at 10.
Well, that gives you an idea. There's only 6 players individually under par in this tournament right now, so give you an idea how difficult this course is playing. Boy, and that was a nice one. That's going to funnel a little bit better. Excellent for Suvachaya.
Beautiful day in the land of 10,000 lakes outside of Minneapolis, the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul. You'll find Lake Elmo. Beautiful vistas, great water features around this golf course. Got a seaplane landing, taking off. Now it's just a boat out there hanging around on a beautiful, crisp fall day. Golf season coming to a close for Minnesotans as we go to number 10 tee with Emilia.
Stop, baby. Stop.
It's going to find that rough just on the right-hand side.
Chloe on the way for birdie at number 10. Bunch of undulations to deal with there. Not a bad effort.
It's pretty well done up that hill.
Back to 10.
It's 250 yards to get to that right bunker, but back into the wind. Players shouldn't be able to quite get there.
Too much turn on that one.
Not sure the spotter quite saw where that finished up, as Dundon is next to play at the 10th on the tee.
I like the play with less than driver for Dundon. It just opens up the fairway on that right side. This is a short hole as well, just 351 yards. Get it in play, then you have a short wedge shot in. Down the left side of the fairway should be just fine for Dundon.
There you go, just in that left corner. It's just fine right there.
Let's go forward to the green here at number 10. Long for birdie.
You can see, that was very interesting. She actually looked at the hole when she putts. You saw where her eyes were fixated when she struck that putt. That doesn't happen all the time.
It definitely does not, as we take a look at the team rankings for these teams in this competition. Oregon, the top-ranked team in terms of NCAA team rankings, but as South Carolina has won this event 4 out of the 10 times it's been played. This is Suvachaya. Just checked it for birdie at 10. And she gets one to drop.
There we go. That was a good start to the back nine. Get things rolling. Ooh, that's another bogey. That was a wonderful start. Now we're sliding back a little bit. We're going to see what she's made of here on this back nine.
She starts for, birdie, eagle birdie, 3-3-3, and she finishes 6-5, 9 and 10. Finishes the Queen's 9, starts the King's 9 with a pair of bogeys. Now Wong for her par putt, trying to exorcise from her memory banks, wipe out that Chloe Kovaleski short miss.
Maybe a left center, inside left putt. That's it.
Go back to the fairway at number 10. He wasn't sure where it went in. We saw when the ball landed, he was looking towards the tee. Didn't realize how deep it had gone, where it crossed. So that volunteer might be a little help in terms of determining where to drop if there's such a thing as a drop in store. Dunnan, left side of the fairway. Just to keep the pace going. Looks like Dunnan might go first.
Players just getting set to go as they make a turn, grab a snack, go to the restroom, and then head on over to the backside of the Arnold Palmer design. 140 yards for Dunnan. This is the part of the golf course where they're playing back into the wind. So these shots are much more difficult, required for players to flight the ball, learn how to control the way they launch their approach shots.
Emilia, what was your go-to snack at the turn? Very important question.
Ooh, what a great question. I loved a protein bar or some peanut butter crackers. Peanut butter pretzels, also a great alternative. Something that didn't melt. So protein bars weren't great in the summer. Anything else of those crackers were always fun.
You ever tried the peanut butter ginger snap? Oh, Emilia.
Oh, wow. No, I haven't, but that sounds unbelievable.
Next level. We'll get Steve Scott's go-to after we see Ann Dunnan's second here at 10.
Got to make sure for Dunnan that she gets it on the back shelf, go just right of this flag. This entire green slopes from right to left.
Good solid shot right there underneath the hole, about 15 feet. Just on top of the slope there. She shouldn't have the big hump to putt over.
Okay, Emilia. Left side of the fairway. Third shot here for Choi.
Yeah, just dropping it in the rough. Looks like a pretty good lie. You can take a direct line at this flag. The key, don't get too greedy with this third shot. Want to keep this right of the flag. 138 yards back into the wind, playing closer to 150. That's with the slope and it being into the wind. Really good looking shot for Insa.
Yes, it was.
Handled that club like it was a good shot, like she knew it was. Hit it the way she wanted to. As she walks up towards the green, she'll have that for par after the drop. Steve, your go-to at the turn?
You know, when I was playing competitively more, yeah, it would be something along the lines of what Emilia said, a protein bar. Nowadays, I go like if I can find an Uncrustable, that's where it's at. A little strawberry peanut butter Uncrustable.
I thought you were going to say, Steve, now that you're not playing professionally, a hot dog and a beer.
I still don't go for the hot dog. I still gotta, I still have to stand.
When I was a kid, like 9 or 10 playing golf, I would get a hot dog with chili on top and made the turn. And then I, of course, crashed by the 15th hole.
Love it. And she's rail thin. I love that metabolism of a young player. What I also love are the sights and sounds of this Annika Intercollegiate. Let's take a look at what's happened thus far this morning. The Annika Foundation staging 9 of these events, including this, the Annika Intercollegiate. As you take a look at the leaderboard, those are the teams, the top 10 of 12 here in our competition. And those visuals just show you the Annika Foundation is doing the right thing. If you could just see personified those young women who are empowered and developing through the advancement around the world of golf, and the values they show, the values of the Annika Foundation, said it earlier, making a difference, exhibiting passion, being authentic, displaying humility, valuing differences and their code of ethics, doing our best, doing the right thing, showing respect to others, expressing gratitude, and having fun. You saw from those pictures, lots of fun already being had. We're about halfway through this Annika Intercollegiate, 54 holes, 12 teams, 5 players per team, and each of those teams will pick the 4 best scores from those 5 players and see if they can't unseat the 2-time defending champions, University of South Carolina Gamecocks. The other USC, that left coast USC, the Trojans, at the top of the leaderboard right now, but it's still early yet. A lot can happen. A lot of changes potentially from here to the house. On first to play.
With the putter.
I like the play with putter for on. Yeah, exactly, Steve. Just with how tight it is around the fringe, much easier to control it when you keep it on the ground the entire way. Coming back up the hill, breaking to the right, got to give it a little more pace than Pink.
Nicely done right there. Yeah, it's a great lesson for everybody home. If you can putt it, putt it. Your worst putt is always going to be better than your worst chip. Just such a high percentage play if you get a reasonable roll on it.
Tell that to Raymond Floyd.
Yeah, no.
He chipped from the fringe.
Chip from everywhere. No, yeah, you're right. And I still, like, not many people had the touch.
Like very few.
Like very few, if any. So
Bob Rosberg would say, PGA champion, the air is smoother than the ground. But again, amateurs especially, but your level and Emilia's level of amateur golf, a little different story than most amateurs. You still try and putt it as much as you can, keep it on the ground?
If it's smooth enough, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I think it's going to be better.
And then Dunnan now here at the 10th for birdie.
Den Dunnan has hit a lot of great approach shots and putted well. Didn't make the birdie on the last. This is an opportunity. I like the pace that she hit with that putt. Now, though, just has some coming back.
Yeah, had a good 4 feet past the hole. Kind of in a small way what she did back on the 9th as well, running the first putt that she had back on 9 for eagle well by, and 3 putting. Would not want to throw another 3 putt on the scorecard here.
Now Choi with the opportunity to go back-to-back with birdies and get to even par on the day and for the tournament. Breaking just slightly to the right and like just outside left.
Nine waves need a little spark on this back 9, sitting in 9th position right now, 15 over par.
Could that be the spark there? Her third birdie of the day, going back to back. Insa Choi. Birdie's 9, birdie's 10. He gets even par on her round and for the tournament. She had that double at number 6, but has not given up. Chipping away, chipping away. Back to even. Now Dunn to stay even with this par putt at 10.
That was rock solid right there.
USC leads by 4. Northwestern, defending NCAA champs, in second place by themselves. South Carolina losing, the defending champion, losing touch with the leading 2. Wake Forest is now at 8 over, 7 shots back. And you mentioned Pepperdine needs to get working. We're getting more than about halfway through this 54-hole event. And Pepperdine is 14 shots back. Need some birdies, may need some help at the top.
Yeah, looking at for Southern California, Jasmine Koo for Southern California made a hole-in-one on the 4th hole today and backed that up with a couple birdies offset by 1 bogey. I mean, she's 3 under par in her round, leading the way for the Trojans there and pushing them towards the top, at the top of the leaderboard. Also, Elise Lee is 2 under.
At 2 under on the day, Elise Lee is 4 under for the tournament, has a share of the lead up at the top of the leaderboard, and our correspondent, Chi Grande, had the opportunity to chat earlier in the week with Elise.
All right, Baby Grand Golf, we're here at the Annika Intercollegiate Invitational being held at the Royal Golf Club. And I've got Elise Lee here with me. Elise, new uniform.
Yes.
You were a Northwestern Wildcat last year.
Yes, I was.
You took home that trophy. Let me see the ring. Where is it? She's traded her Wildcat uniform for sunnier pastures in Southern California.
Yes, I did.
How you like the new team?
I love it so far. I love the coaches, love the girls. I've known the girls growing up, so I think I fit in just fine.
Okay, so are you from?
Yes, I'm from Irvine.
Oh, you're from Irvine,
Yeah.
so you're a local girl going back home.
Yes, I am.
There it is. It makes sense right there. Especially when you grow up playing with a group of girls and now you're back together. That's great. I often say that when you practice by yourself, it's not as good as when you practice with other friends that are you push each other, right?
Especially as like a team and group, as good as the girls on the SC team. I think we really push each other, and it's been great.
You're hanging out with the right one over here. 10 out of 12 top 10s. Catherine Park over here.
Yeah, we went to the same high school.
You went to the same high school,
Yes,
huh?
yes.
So she been beating you up in golf since high school? What's going on here,
You know,
Elise?
I've been learning. I'm catching up. We're catching up right now.
All right, well, Elise is going to overtake her this year. But you know what, you go back to the locker room, you keep that ring in your back pocket. You can just, you don't have one of these yet. You got 10 out of 12, but you don't have one of these, right?
Yeah, we'll get one this year. We'll get it together this year.
All right, just having some fun out here at the golf course. This is great. And today you guys got to hang out with the juniors and kind of mentor them. That's kind of cool too, right?
Yes, it was.
Advice, because we have a lot of juniors and parents that watch the channel. What kind of advice would you give a junior that, and the parents too, that are sitting there, going hard at work, doing the AJGAs and all the other stuff, trying to get into this level of golf?
I'd say the biggest thing for juniors and even parents is to stay patient out there. It's never going to go your way. Most of the time it actually won't, but if you keep your head down and work hard and stay patient, I think the result always comes in the end.
There it is, see? Great advice from Elise Lee. Let's go Trojans.
4 under. Ilya Galitsky also at 4. Chloe Kovaleski going in the wrong direction. Had a share of the lead earlier in the day. Dropping shots the last 2 holes, though, finds her 1 shot back now after she had the outright lead just before the turn. Megan Mang, Ariana Lau, you see the Northwestern Wildcats in there, both inside the top 5. Moa Anderson at 1 under par has a share of 5th with Farrah O'Keefe from Texas. You got Ann Dendunnen also at even par. Tong An, the Oregon Beaver, at even par as well, tied with O'Brien there. We had a chance earlier in the broadcast to hear some conversations between one of the greatest golfers of all time, regardless of gender, Annika Sorenstam, and our broadcast compatriot, Emilia Doran. She had an opportunity to catch up. Let's continue listening to those conversations.
In the tournaments that you host around the world, you always talk with the players, whether it's through a clinic or a dinner. What are some of the messages that resonate the most, you find, with the things that you say?
I think just, everybody thinks you need to be, like a very special person or do things very extraordinary to achieve your dreams. And I try to just share, just trying to be the best of yourself, put in the work and be patient and results will come, and trying to improve your weaknesses and focus on your strength. And I think just that message of believing in yourself and trusting yourself and making the right decisions and going with your heart and your instinct, and not feel like, reaching the top is something that's, for other people. So I'm just trying to be as normal and as human and as, organic as you can possibly be. I mean, it's, I look back in my career and I think, I'm just a little girl from Sweden. How can I be over here and have achieved those things? And that's kind of the message I'm saying. It's if I can do it, anybody can do it. So, but then share, what are the things that I think is important? Learn how to prioritize time management, setting goals. Some of the, key pillars in success is what I like to share. And it's been fun. And I mean, all I really want to do is just, help others to reach their dream.
There's nothing. Left 11 hours. Come by. Who's in your location? Since the event's debut in 2014, the dramatic fairways and beautiful vistas of Royal Golf Club have been home to the Annika Intercollegiate, presented by 3M. Two legends merged their talents to create this par 72, 6,400-yard layout, and you could say it was a regal collaboration. The front nine, designed by Annika, is called the Queen's Nine, while the back nine is called the King's Nine, in honor of its architect, Arnold Palmer. And while the 18 holes only feature 27 bunkers in total, water fittingly comes into play on 11 holes in this land of 10,000 lakes, with Horseshoe Lake featured on the inward nine. UCLA's Patty Tavatanakit holds the course record with the 63 shot at the 2018 championship. And at this championship, it's USC leading by a couple over Northwestern, pair tied third, 6 shots back. Wake Forest and defending champion, South Carolina. Texas one back of them as we go to number 8. Well, sprinkler head ruling for Lau from Northwestern at number 8. Ariana Lau in good position on the individual leaderboard. She's currently tied for 5th with 2 other golfers, Mo Anderson and Farrah O'Keefe.
Just trying to figure out if that sprinkler head's within 2 club lengths of your ball, which it clearly is, and the sprinkler head is within 2 club lengths of the putting surface, you would get line of sight relief of this ball, so they have a clear roll.
Can't tell if it's 2 club lengths within the from the surface, though, from this shot. It might be outside of 2 club lengths.
I agree.
Exactly where
So if it's in your line, then if it isn't in your line, no. But if it is, yes.
There's the edge of the green.
Yeah, I would say that's within 2 driver
baby,
lengths.
it's close. And when it's close, you typically will want to go out and just at least make the spectacle of putting the drivers out there, the driver twice, to show those around that yes, it is within 2 club lengths of the green.
This 8th hole, the second most difficult hole on the golf course. Really a challenging par 4, 406 yards. Playing about half a stroke over par on average.
Ariana's dream foursome herself with Lydia Ko, Nelly Korda, and Gino Titicool. Strongest part of her game, she says, short game. Let's see if this qualifies right here, putting from off the green.
Yeah, this is kind of the spot to putt from. This works straight up the hill. It's actually the best angle, kind of the fall line of the green here on the 8th. A little shy, but should be an easy par. She's going to go ahead and tap that in.
Next to play might be Laura Nepper, who is a sophomore at the University of South Carolina. Rory McIlroy, her hero in golf growing up. This, though, is Chung. USC, she lives in Torrance, or from Torrance. The 19-year-old is a sophomore. Played with 3 guys in her dream foursome: Tiger, Bryson, Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, that's
pretty good crew.
pretty good trio too.
She also says the wedge game or short game best because it's an area she emphasizes in practice. So maybe she's rolling those putts from off the green as well. Let's see what she's got here. Gets to the hole. Ooh, just slides by.
Yeah, good run right there.
Lauren Nepper would also have Tiger in her dream foursome. Rory McIlroy, as I mentioned, her hero growing up, and Charlie Hull as well. She's a sophomore, international business major, and has this for birdie.
A little quick down the hill from this angle. That's going to dive left.
Correction, I think Laura from France is a freshman, I believe, at South Carolina. Back to the fairway here at number 8. Megan Meng and Emilia has caught up with this group.
I sure have. This stellar group of players. Megan Meng shot 8th, bogey-free 4 under yesterday, 1 over in her round today, 145 yards to the flag, ball below her feet, which is going to shoot this to the right. Want to play more of an aggressive angle towards this target, maybe even just left of the flag, knowing this will drift off right.
Way back in her stance as well. That's also going to make the ball go more right.
Megan tells us that her team was called the Spicy Burritos last season by the coaches. I like that. A little spicy burrito, hitting a spicy shot in there.
Let's go to Chipotle all the time.
That's right.
This is going to be a difficult shot for Elise Lee. She's in a divot. She's going to have to hit much more steep on this second shot. Arrow to the front of the green. If you're just short, that's an easy chip. That came out super chunky, just extremely hard to predict what that ball's going to do.
Yeah, it's just straight bad luck. That's all that is. It'll be about 40 or 50 yards for her third shot from there.
Isla Galitsky is next, her second shot at 8.
Galitsky, the solo leader after round 1. 1 over par today. Missed this right off the tee. The lie is just fine out of this rough. Got to expect a little bit more rollout. Back into the wind should help her. 141 yards. She hit that really hard. This is launched way in the air.
One of the strongest players in college golf right here. Look at this shot working its way on the contours. That was tremendous. 7th ranked player in the women's amateur game, and she played that one to perfection. Just a quarterfinalist not too long ago in the women's amateur championship. Another look at this. Watch this take the contour. That was definitely the best shot we've seen in our coverage here on 8. 8th being second most difficult hole on the golf course.
While we wait, let's go to the tee at number 9. This is Lau getting set to play. Ariana, Northwestern University.
It's par 5. You can get it in the right spot. We've seen this ball scamper. You can fly at about 240 or so, and that's going to hit the more into the hill and kind of not get that tremendous release there.
Back to fairway at 8.
Elise Lee can play this shot 2 different ways. Back into the wind, can fly it on the green or roll it through the fairway.
Oh,
Clearly she picked the right move.
she sure did, Emilia. Wow, what a nice shot that was. Elise Lee letting folks know the USC Trojans are here for a trophy. Forward to the next tee. Chong set to play. Kylie Chong from USC.
Just working downwind for these players off the 9th tee, trying to get that extra bit of action. There we go. That's the propulsion we were talking about off the backside of that slope.
To the tee at 9, Nepper.
There's another good one right there.
Back to the 8th, where we find Megan Mang from Northwestern. Emilia, what's she have?
Just outside of 35 feet, it's going to be a very difficult putt. The first 20 feet is flat, and then it's straight down the hill, putting back into this swale.
Look at that ball run. Yeah, you just cannot miss it on the improper side here. That's why we saw some of those players in the previous group leave it just short left of the green, and they were rolling the ball up from there.
Megan just one off the lead, but made bogey 3 and 6. And still her turn.
That was always going to be a difficult putt from behind the hole. Not really much more she could do there. Hit a decent shot, just a little thin, that rolled out to the back end. This is a key putt, not just for Megan Main individually, but also for Northwestern. They're 5 back of Southern Cal. Making this par putt does a lot, not only for the team score, but here for your momentum, especially with a reachable par 5 on the next hole.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. It's not just the hole that you're on that you're trying to make a great score. It's that internal momentum that's so crucial as you move forward throughout the round. There's a good look at it right here. Just doesn't take the break left.
So Megan will drop a shot and move down the individual leaderboard. Her team will drop out of a share of 2nd place with Northwestern into a share of 3rd place now with South Carolina. It's Isla Galitsky. Share the lead.
You wouldn't think that Ella Galitsky would have been in the rough after how great this approach shot was. Generated so much power through the long stuff, and one of the closest shots of the day. Not a ton of break in this one. It almost wants to veer right behind the hole. I like inside the hole.
Yeah, good close-up view right here. Just didn't take the break right there. Look how fast that putt is.
She did everything that was you can possibly do, really, but make the putt. That was for the outright lead. This now to stay tied at the top.
Here's another look at it right here. Just enough of a push. I don't think the speed was too far wrong. You just have to marry the line and the speed when you have those little breaking putts, and she's knocked this by a good 2.5 or 3 feet, Emilia.
As she has, fast, short putts are so punitive if you just miss your start line by a touch. It's a one part of Galitsky's game, the putting, that sometimes you see some hiccups. Rarely you do in the ball striking. You just got to stay patient, though. She hit a great approach shot. You keep chipping away at it, and there are some scoreable holes coming up.
I mean, she hasn't finished out of the top 5 in her last 6 individual events. She hasn't finished out of the top 5 all around the world. And that includes a victory at the Singa SAT Thai LPGA Ladies Open. That was a pro event recently. So Galitsky, really rock solid player. No wonder why she's towards the top of the board.
She's now in a 3-way tie up at the top. Chloe Kovaleski has made a birdie at number 12 to join that group as we go back to number 9 and take a look at this one, Steve, from the air.
Well, this 504-yard par 4, it's very similar. We've seen a lot of holes move from left to right on this 9. And this 9, just kind of, this hole, just get that ball flying about 230 yards over those slopes you see on the right-hand side, and that'll get you an extra run of maybe 40 or 50 yards if you can do that. And then we've seen these players attack this hole on this par 5. Par 5, very reachable. Today, hole location in the back right, in a very challenging spot, though. The ball wants to run over the green. We've seen that back chipping area come into play. And any putt 30 feet short of this hole, putting up and over that slope, is no bargain. We saw Ann Dundunnen from Wake Forest 3-putt from that vicinity. So it's no bargain. Even if you hit this green in 2, the hole location is very, very troublesome.
Bunch of third shots coming up. John will be first to play at the par 5. When we asked Kylie Chong why she picked the University of Southern California, why'd she pick USC? Well, first of all, she loves going to the beach. It's her favorite thing to do aside from playing golf, but she didn't just choose it because it's close to home, though that was part of it. She said the program, one of the best, if not the best in the nation in terms of developing the players to then go on to become a professional. If you're a high-level amateur golfer, that might be something you're looking forward to working on in your college years.
Yeah, Justin Silverstein, the head women's golf coach, definitely made an impact on this Trojan team. It's led them to 31 team wins in the first 7 seasons, so that's pretty remarkable stuff for him.
Here's what she learned from him. The best lesson, she said, confidence is clarity. That's what she took from her coach. Let's see how clear she is on this shot.
That's not too bad right there. We've seen the putting even from short be very tough. That's going to be a troublesome, kind of fast downhill putt right there, but that's going to be fine.
Back to the tee at 9. A moment ago.
All right, let's see if Elise Lee can fly this over the mound. She did. There's that extra bump of distance. Look at that ball scamper.
Big bump.
I haven't gone that far on vacation.
Now we're live, Emilia.
This is about to go a long way. Ella Galitsky, one of the longest drivers of the golf ball in college golf. Just want to keep it down the left side. Gives you the best angle into the green.
Look at that
Oh,
speed.
yeah. That's going a long way.
That is turning this hole into nothing. You see how fast her hips fired through there. I mean, when that lower body rotates that quickly, that's like that's very unique.
Got Laura Nepper at 9.
There's that speed we're talking about away from the hole there.
Can't do anything about it.
It's tough to put that ball within 3 feet.
Third shot for Ariana Lau here at 9.
Yeah, these players would be better off in 2 if they could try to blow it over the green and then chip back up. That's what we've seen the most success. These anywhere short or left, and this ball just keeps running away. This is not the easiest shot right here, even though it's pretty straightforward, it appears.
Want to leave it below the hole? Or how about cozying it up right next to it?
Yeah, that was as good of a touch as you could ask for. Made that one look much easier than it was.
Trying to see if it's going to be Ariana Lau next to play or no, Laura Nepper. Should be Kylie Chong. This is Nepper though. She's got her par putt. Steve Nepper had that long birdie putt. She was just hoping to get it in. Stress-free range for her par. It's a little bit outside of that range right there, but what does she have in front of her right here?
All right, this is a little bit out of the comfort zone for sure. Good 3.5, 4 feet here. A little back up the hill though. This green, she didn't quite read that first putt correctly, but extra practice stroke or two right there. Rock solid.
Rock solid indeed in her first collegiate golf tournament, the Annika Intercollegiate. You're jumping right in the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, I think that's the. I remember my first college tournament. I mean, you're really nervous because you don't know what to expect. You know, golf it's just golf. The hole's the same size, and you're using the same clubs that you've been using, but it just feels a little different. You're just trying to get into the flow of what it actually is, but exciting times though for sure.
Exciting. Kylie Chong stays at 1 over par with that par right there. Back in the fairway, we look at Megan Mang. Emilia's there with Megan and this group. What's she got in front of her?
She has 131 yards, Mang does. Flag back left, 26 paces on. It's only 5 paces from the left. You want to be on the right side of this flag. What's helpful is this entire green slopes from right to left. You can take it out to the right. As long as you land it hole high, everything should feed back towards the hole.
She talked about Annika. She said, Annika's been an inspiration to me all throughout my life. She's a legend in golf and has inspired my passion in spreading love for the game and continuing to work hard. You always saw that with Annika. Always a love for the game, a respect for other people. Certainly hard work, that work ethic during the time of Tiger Woods. You saw her on the LPGA Tour, him on the PGA Tour. Man, if you weren't working on one of those tours, you were getting lapped by those two.
They were very friendly with each other too, Annika and Tiger were, and I'm sure they shared some stories along the way with each other and probably motivated each other along the way as well, with the major victories and all of that.
As were Annika and Arnold, both representing Callaway and spending lots of time together, whether it be clinics, promotional events, things of that nature. Always a healthy respect for one another.
This is a really good line. Needs to go a little, though.
It's just going to come up a little shy of a small little ridge right there, but birdie putt nonetheless.
And Emilia, you had to have a decent look and relationship with the two designers of this golf course, Arnold Palmer, attending your alma mater, as Elise Lee hits her second shot, and Annika Sorenstam, an LPGA Tour legend.
Oh yeah, just a treat to be walking the grounds of both the king and the queen who designed this golf course. Arnold Palmer, so proud to have been to Wake Forest and that I attended his school. And Annika Sorenstam, a role model for my entire life, being still the only female professional golfer to break 60 in a tournament. She's won 96 professional tournaments worldwide. How can you not look up to someone like Annika?
Exactly.
112 yards for Galitsky out of the rough. Has not had a problem out of the longer stuff on that 8th hole. She generated so much speed, launching it way up in the air. Got to make sure with all this power she's able to control her wedges, not quite getting it on that tier where everything feeds down to the left side. That's going to be a tricky putt.
Boy, she seems under control, though. I know the distance control, a little long on one, a little short on the other, but it just feels like she's dialing it in as we're going to Kylie Chong on the tee at 11.
Let 11th hole, par 4, 410 yards. No fairway bunkers to deal with here. And that's just fine. Big elevated tee shot here at the 11th as well.
Lauren Nepper set to play.
Back into the wind today. The wind's kind of coming from the south-southwest, which is kind of into the players right.
17 years old, Lauren Nepper, from France. Again, playing her first intercollegiate tournament. The world is your oyster, kid, at 17 years old with that kind of talent, getting a sense of the American culture, having grown up in France. SoCal, USC leads by 1 over Wake Forest and 2 over, get that, University of Texas. The Longhorns are hooking them. And I don't mean their drives.
Yeah, they're 7 under par on the round for the Longhorns today.
The other USC, South Carolina, the 2-time defending champions. Just a couple outside of Texas there in 4th. Northwestern's in 5th. So it's tight. Only 6 shots separating 5 teams. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow on what would have been Arnold Palmer's 96th birthday, September 10th. Mentioned all the good the Annika Foundation does. 9 different events that it puts on, try and give competitive opportunities for professional, junior, and collegiate golfers, women golfers in particular. The foundation talks about its goal, the aim to develop, empower, and advance young women around the world through golf and in life, more specifically providing opportunities in women's golf at the junior, collegiate, and professional levels while teaching young people the importance of personal development, including living a healthy, active lifestyle through fitness and nutrition. Ella for birdie here at number 10.
Really important for Galitsky to trust her read. She said to her head coach, Kaylin Anderson, I feel like I'm over-reading every putt. The key is to commit to a spot. You don't want to start doubting yourself, because then you start to hit putts with not the same kind of confidence that you did when you were trusting your start line. Going to be very quick right after it gets down this slope.
Yeah, pretty good on the speed right there.
Very well done. A couple back of Chloe Kowaleski, who's leading this individual competition at the Annika Intercollegiate. Let's go up to 11. Frenchwoman Nepper second.
With a little fresh metal into this 11th.
Fresh indeed. Look at that one.
Excellent shot right there. Hole kind of in the front right portion of the green here.
Now Meg for birdie at 10.
First uphill, then down. Almost treat it like a flat putt.
And Megan Meng stays 1 under, inside the top 5. Birdied 5 of her first 19 holes, but has bogeyed 4 of her last 8. Now Ariana Lau, in the fairway at 11, her second shot.
Yeah, this hole's playing so long because back into the wind. As the wind starts to pick up here. All the trouble on the green is left, or around the green is left, where you see those greenside bunkers. She covers that front left corner. That's just fine, kind of in the heart of the green right there. Just want to walk away with par here at 11. fourth most difficult hole.
Let's go back to the 10th and Elise Lee for birdie.
Well, they haven't updated live scoring, but Lee has a one-shot lead from that eagle on 9, and now what a great putt there.
Yeah, there you go.
Great round today for Elise Lee. Back to the fairway at 11.
Another one favoring that left-hand side. That should be putting though.
We haven't seen any Longhorns today, but that doesn't mean they're not out there. Look at them. They've moved up the leaderboard just 2 back. USC leads by a shot over Wake Forest. Texas just hanging in there. 2-time past champions, 2-time defending champions, 4-time past champions. South Carolina just 4 shots back, 6 shots back for Northwestern. Pepperdine just 10 shots back, so 6 teams within 10. Got Arizona State, San Jose State, 1 more shot back, so Oregon another shot back. Within 12 shots, you got almost the entire field. You don't see on this leaderboard Minnesota, who's not exactly the host university. Annika is hosting, but they are in the field as well, currently 11th. Chloe Kovaleski here, as Emilia had mentioned, was leading by a shot before that Elise Lee eagle at number 9, then a birdie at number 10. So Elise Lee with a 2-shot lead. Emilia.
Well, this is a generous fairway as Megan Main gets set to go. Just want to try and flight this ball slightly with an elevated tee back into the wind. It's a longer par 4, so trying to hit it as hard as you can.
Shot tracer likes it. They like it from the tee. Down the left side of the fairway. That's nicely done.
And Elise Lee.
This is the part of the golf course 11, 12, 13 where par is a very good score. Ball striking is imperative to be excellent. If you walk away with pars on these next 3, then you have some birdie holes coming up down the stretch. This is hugging the left side.
Nicely done there as well. That's going to be in the short stuff. That left side, that'll maybe shorten the hole ever so slightly.
Now Ella Galetsky.
Galitsky should be able to carry a little slope in the middle of the fairway, about 250 yards. Now that is just set towards the right side of the fairway.
And we don't have a radar on this club head speed. What would you say the club head speed on Ella Galitsky is, Emilia?
110 miles an hour. Something crazy good.
Yes, yes.
Crazy good indeed. Annika Sorenstam was crazy good when she played the game, but since she's retired, she's become a crazy good philanthropist. Here's Annika talking about the Annika Foundation.
When I retired from professional golf, I knew I wanted to give back to the game that had given me so much. I knew I had to help the next generation of girls and young women to find their voices. So in 2007, I started the Annika Foundation with a simple mission to develop, empower, and advance young women around the world through golf and in life.
She's definitely the greatest of all time, but she's also very well known of how good she is at giving back.
Annika has grown this game so much in the past years, and it's amazing. She's accomplished things that people can't even believe. What's crazy is that she's an even better person.
To be that good and want to give back that much, that says so much about the person Annika is. She doesn't care about what she did, she cares about what she's going to do and how many lives she can impact.
That is so true. She doesn't care about what she did, but we do. 97 worldwide victories, 72 on the LPGA Tour, another 10 majors on the LPGA Tour, 1 major over the age of 58 times. That's a record. Rolex Player of the Year. As Emilia said, only female to break 60 in an official event representing Europe as a player in 8 Solheim Cups, assistant captain 3 more times, captain 1 more time. And I'll tell you, those images that we saw from some of those clinics that she puts on, I've been fortunate enough to do a few of those with Annika, walking a few paces behind her and seeing what young girls, older women, and women her age see when they look at her. It's just great to see the looks in their eyes as we watch Lau having a birdie putt. Chung missed her birdie putt, but Annika's impact continues to this day, 20 years after her retirement.
I think her approachability as well. I mean, if you ever met her or try to be around her in person, she's not walled off to others, and she's very welcoming, and she's obviously extremely generous and gifting with her time. And this one's going to slide from left to right just a little. Okay, that's fine. 4 on number 11. That is just a fine score to put on the card. Find your birdies elsewhere. You can sneak a birdie in, great, but
Nepper for birdie next. And just to continue the Annika conversation, because that quote, I loved it, where she doesn't care about what she did, she cares about what she's going to do next. When you have a Q&A, a fireside chat with her, she mostly wants to talk about her kids, her foundation, about these tournaments. Doesn't need to talk about the 59. That was already done. I've shoot it again. That's great. But here's what's important to me now. Nepper trying to make this birdie, though. Move up the leaderboard of Annika's tournament. And you don't get to be an Annika Sorenstam without having a tremendous career that builds to that LPGA Tour career. Between the 3 of us here in our broadcast team, we have 7 All-American teams together. That would be 4 for Emilia, 3 for you, and we'll leave it at that.
You're an All-American broadcaster.
you guys putting that foundation to your careers, and on we go from there. Here's Chung.
Just a little cleanup here, left center. Nice tempo to that stroke.
Updated the leaderboard. Elise Lee with that 2-shot lead. Eagle birdie 9-10. And she's leapt over Chloe Kovaleski and the entire field. But Ella Galitsky in pretty good shape here. I mean, she's got 8 holes remaining. As we go out to Elise Lee, we may hear that University of Southern Cal fight song. Our producer has to sit next to our director, Jack Graham, who's a USC alum and lets everyone know it all the time, especially when covering a broadcast like this. But the team is clicking.
The Southern Cal team sure is clicking. 164 yards for Elise Lee, front hole location, coming off the upslope. Want to make sure she finishes this swing. If she doesn't, easy with this line to pull it left.
Off balance right there, but hey, if that's your worst one, 35 feet left of the hole, that's just fine. Nothing wrong with that one at all.
Mang next to play.
You can get away with missing this on the right side. Right of this green is a slope that kicks everything down. Just got to be careful that you don't go more than 10 paces past the green, because then there's that back shelf. It'd just be a really hard putt. 162 yards for Mang.
Every one of these players in the group ahead, and now this group right here, everybody's got this ball 20, 30 feet left of the hole. So you can see that slope in action.
This is a pull, needs to get lucky.
Yeah, the weight just doesn't.
Well, she was leaning like it was a bad shot, but it's going to be okay.
Yeah, your weight just doesn't get up the slope, and it's easy to hang back and kind of flip your hands and close that face a little bit.
Can we get you to move a little bit?
I'm just going to go right up here.
Gotta move, Jack.
She's going to go right over your head.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ella Galitsky. Cameraman thought he was safe there in front of the trees, but Ella's taking it up and over. So we're going to catch some safe cover.
Galitsky was shocked that she went through the fairway, has 106 yards. She's almost 60 yards farther than her playing competitors. Can take this straight up over the air and try and get this in the front part of the green.
We're looking from directly behind her. Looks like she's set up to take it towards the right-hand side of the green, up and over that tree, the left 3 trees in front of her.
Above her feet. Nicely done. That's going to feed down the hill a little bit.
Keep coming.
I mean, much different. You with a wedge in your hand versus a fairway metal or hybrid. I mean, that's almost not a fair fight.
P.S. Let's be honest. Our camera guy could have stood there. It would have been no problem. Nepper on the tee at 12.
12th hole. Par 3. Hole located kind of in the back center today. 122 yards. So the shortest of the par 3s here at
I
the
got to
Royal
tell
Golf
you,
Club.
Lau's next to play at 12, but the lady who just hit in front of her, I'm so impressed with this freshman. She's in a new country. She's playing in her first intercollegiate tournament. The tournament is named after her. She is a European golfer from France, and she's playing in a tournament named after Annika Sorenstam. And she's currently a couple over for the tournament, 3 over for the tournament, excuse me, inside the top 20, not out of touch with the lead of this tournament. I mean, as a freshman, that shows unbelievable maturity. Now, Lau.
Good strong follow through right there. Yeah, it's a little bit longer than 122 yards. I misspoke.
Next to play, Kylie Chong. At 1 over, she's been helping her team, USC, but it's Elise Lee that has stretched that lead for herself to 2 in the individual. Team differential now is also 2 shots. USC leading Wake Forest.
Good sound to it. Sounded very crisp. Just one bat short right there with that hole in the far back up on a packed shelf. She'll have about 35, 40 feet.
Back to the green at 11. Mang for birdie.
Coming back up the slope where Mang left her approach shot is an easy area to leave the ball, just with everything sloping to the left side of the green. Just got to make sure you play it high enough on the left side with this putt and enough speed.
Oh, man.
That one quit breaking to the right. I'm like, oh, I thought she was going to miss that right halfway there. And that ball hung in there for an awful long time and just kind of tickled the right edge of the hole before it misses.
Mang has gotten her mojo back, it seems. She's playing for Northwestern. She's a sophomore. She had 4 bogeys in a 6-hole stretch, but birdied number 9. Currently number 91 in the world. Elise Lee now set to play.
Trying to extend her lead after the incredible visual from Megan May, who almost made that putt. That putt almost turned left at the hole. Where Lee is farther left than Megan May was, this should break a little more from left to right.
Good effort right there.
Just not enough gas, but it's a nice day. Bogey free today, a couple birdies on our first 4 holes. Made an eagle at 9, a birdie at 10. Now it's a 2-shot lead in the Annika Intercollegiate Individual Championship. She played these holes coming home, 11 through 18, even par yesterday. Made a bogey at 11, and then birdie 12. Elise Lee. Now Ella Galitsky.
Individually, Galitsky is 3 shots back. This will be a great opportunity coming in this back 9 to set the precedent for what Galitsky can do. South Carolina as a whole is 5 back of Southern Cal. This is a key putt on a hole that is traditionally very difficult. Doesn't allow many birdies for Galitsky to get one back. Just breaking a touch right to left.
Quarterfinalist at the U.S. Women's Am.
That looked like a good stroke right there. And the result was very good.
She'll be feeling good when she gets to 17, the par 5 finish. She had birdie eagle finish yesterday as we go forward to Nepper.
Oh, what a putt. Great speed right there. Yeah, I think, we talk about Laura Nepper being from France as her first collegiate event. And I think about all the things that happen in your first few weeks of being a collegian. I mean, these are student athletes. They have to go to class.
Yep.
So they're not just sitting around and playing golf only. And so to get used to the new surroundings, where are you going to eat, where are you going to go to class, your teachers, your new friends that you meet, your new teammates, there's a lot of things that go on mentally that go into your first few weeks and first month, first semester of college.
Sure.
And there's a lot of adjustments to be made. So for freshmen to come right out here and play solid golf, I think that's it's a big thing for them mentally.
And a lot of these teams, when you talk about the student part of the team, there's exceptional academics as well. At USC, at Wake Forest, University of Texas as well, Northwestern.
It's not underwater
Pepperton.
basket weaving like you and I took,
Duke, exactly right. You have to go to class. Cal, they're all in the field. I excelled at that underwater basket weaving, by the way.
This one working up the hill, and it will flatten out in the last 3 or 4 feet.
Gave it a run, gave it some juice. Maybe a little too much to be comfortable coming back, but you got to make up some ground. You got to get aggressive at times. Coming up the hill, you can do that.
Just a little bit of a double breaker right there. As that grain change happens, just enough to throw that golf ball off.
And Kylie Chong. Supportive for one another while creating a healthy level of competitiveness within the team. Wherever we can, we build each other up through competing with one another, and her birdie putt on the way. Good effort.
Yeah, good speed right there, working up the hill. Always tough to think about holing a putt when the hole is on a different level than where you're originating from. Just the speed control is the name of the game in that respect.
Ariana Lau at 1 under. Is to stay at 1 under.
She was the 64th seed. She made it to the Women's Amateur Championship match play. Was the 64th seed in that and made it all the way to the quarterfinals not too long ago from that position. So got a whole lot of putts in match play from this distance. So you know she's a wonderful putter that sneaks in that left-hand corner.
She stays at 1 under. with her teammate Megan Mang. Actually, Megan is now 2 under. As we go back to the tee, where Ellen Galitsky is getting set to play, Emilia.
180 yards to the flag with the elevation. Downwind in a back hole location. Want to play closer to a 170 shot. There's a lot more room on the right side than it looks like from the tee, and you want to go at it or even just right of the flag. There's a subtle slope left of the flag stick that will feed it away from the flag. You just got to make sure you trust this one. Given Galitsky making a really nice birdie, coming in this tee box with a lot of confidence. She can take a really committed swing here. Also very helpful for her that she's playing with the leader, Elise Lee, so kind of knows where she stands, able to get one back on the last, now only 2 back of Lee.
Yeah, you look at the fundamentals of this golf swing, the setup, posture, the body lines, everything really matches up nicely. Very professional looking golf swing right there. That ball's going to end up on the lower terrace, but safely aboard.
Definitely much more scoreable today. The wind really hasn't picked up. It started to as we finished the front 9 and then has totally died. Completely different from the conditions yesterday. These players need to take advantage of it and start to come in with birdies. This hole, though, you get it on the green, give yourself a chance, but you're okay walking away with a 3. This coming in with a lower trajectory.
Terrace as well.
Our leader, Elise Lee, hottest golfer on the golf course, next to play.
Lee getting some last minute information from assistant coach of Southern California, Beth Wu, who actually played golf at UCLA, then played professionally on the Epson Tour and LPGA for a while. Starting this right of the flag. Good looking golf swing from Elise Lee.
3 players on the lower terrace there, but safely aboard.
Safely indeed. Earlier, Emilia had a chance to visit with our tournament host, Annika Sorenstam, who's on a mission in the game, and she gave Emilia the details.
A key message that I remember from you as an Annika alum is to not let golf define you. It's a message that you say to a lot of players. And as someone who's won 96 professional tournaments worldwide, you've played golf all of your life. When was it hardest for you to not let golf define you?
It's a very good comment. It's true. I mean, because we practice so hard, we focus on everything, and, we live around golf. Sleep, eat, and golf. It's what I say. And so it's very easy to make it like your life. Like if you hit a bad shot, then life is bad. If you hit a good shot, then, life is good. But I learned eventually, because it really can be a draining sport in that sense. Everybody knows golf is a mental sport, but if you live and die by every shot, it gets really, really difficult. So how can you separate, being a human playing golf versus, golfer trying to be a human. So, I think I've learned it throughout my career. It wasn't just something that I knew from the beginning. I think I've learned probably from the hard way because I'm extremely competitive, but just learning to understand that whatever happens on the golf course, leave it at the golf course and then move on, because life is really beautiful, and take the good stuff out of it and not, drag you down because of a bad round, because everybody would have a bad round. So how can you learn from the bad and move on and do better tomorrow?
Taking a look at the leaderboard here at the Annika. This is the individual leaderboard. Lee with a couple shot lead, but Annika, if you watched her play LPGA Tour or on the PGA Tour in 2003, you will never forget her off that first tee. A lot of negativity headed her way, a woman playing in the PGA Tour. She hit that shot, you could feel the pressure. She faked buckled her knees and then stumbled off the tee saying, okay, we're on the way. Played well also, but just the graciousness of that moment from her amidst all of that pressure, that's something I'll never forget in the game of golf.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting what she just said right there. Are you a human playing golf, or are you a golfer trying to be human? And those of us who have played professionally and played competitively, and you do get wrapped up in your self-worth with your golf score. And I think that if you can do a good job of separating your score from who you are, I think that's going to be the mark of your success, and that's going to be really the element of your longevity.
And that longevity with Annika Sorenstam, her foundation, again, leads to 9 different tournaments, availability for girls on the junior level, collegiate level, professional level, to develop themselves as people through the game of golf. This being just one of the 9, but an important one of the 9, the Annika Intercollegiate. 12 teams, 7 of the top 10 programs in the country, competing over 54 holes, 5 players per team, 4 scores count. Well, more than halfway through this tournament. It's been great golf. We've seen some resilient golfers out there overcoming setbacks, staying gritty and tough, channeling Annika. Megan Mang has this putt for birdie to move 1 shot closer to Elise Lee.
Mang, whose lag putting has been stellar today, most memorable on the last hole. Her golf ball hung on the edge of the lip. This is a very similar distance, uphill the entire way, breaking to the right as it loses speed. Northwestern, being the reigning NCAA champions, they have a different kind of message to prove this season, showing that it wasn't just a one-time fluke. They can be a top team with each season, and this is an awesome statement for Northwestern to be able to make. They're currently 5 back of Southern Cal, trying to make a statement on this back 9.
You talked about that lag putting, Emilia. She's been all over the hole from distance.
Definitely puts very little stress on your short putts if you can lag it to that.
Emilia, how does Northwestern do it? I mean, Steve, you went to University of Florida. You had 365 days of golf. Yes, you got some storms, but I mean, Northwestern's in Chicago. I know they've got the European Ryder Cup captain as an alum this year, but to have a consistently good program, how do they do it?
Well, you got to have great indoor practice facilities, and I think a lot of people want to play for head coach Emily Fletcher. She's an awesome person, one of my favorite coaches out here. Now, that one raced a little far by for Elise Lee, one of the few missteps we've seen from her today.
That was goosed pretty far past right there. A little rush of blood. Yeah, sometimes these northern schools will actually have the ability to go and fly down to Florida here and there, and on the weekends, early in the season when it gets a little snowy, or and then the indoor practice facilities are state of the art.
Ila Galitsky now to play, and Ella to get to 5 under, joined Chloe Kovaleski, a couple shots back of Elise Lee, who's got a difficult par putt remaining.
Galitsky got an excellent teach from Megan Mang.
Kind of a double breaker there, a little left to right at the start, and then a little right to left, and you have to hit that where it breaks and starts to change. You have to hit it down at the right speed.
Up ahead at 13, second shot for Laura Nepper.
We got a front right hole location here, 13 paces on, 5 from the right edge. And that's tugged a little left, but still finds the surface.
Back to 12. This is Lee's par putt.
It can be quite rattling if you hit a putt much farther by than you expect. Important to reset, go through your routine. That was a really nice pace there from Lee.
Now, Emilia, she did that on purpose. She basically wanted to say, look, I can make the birdie putts, but watch this. I'll make a 10-footer for par. That's a flex. Now Lau's second shot at 13.
See if Lau can get a little better line on this approach. There we go. That's underneath the hole, though. Did not get that quite on the proper spot.
Now Ella for par.
bit of that short putting that Emilia mentioned earlier today. She hits at prodigious distances, but you can never outplay those misses right there. That's tough on the psyche.
Another look.
Putter, a little bang on the bag there. Yeah, just a little closed putter face right there. You decel the hand slightly, and the toe starts to outrace the heel, and all of a sudden, that's what happens.
Steve, she had that birdie putt with Lee having a long par putt. Looked like it might be a 2-shot swing in her direction. Instead, she drops a shot. Now Kylie Chong, her second into 13.
It's going to get a little deep right there. Good news, it was left, so the back bunker didn't get into play, but.
So it's USC on the strength of the individual leader, Elise Lee, that at even par has a 2-shot lead over Wake Forest. 5 shots now over University of Texas, who's got a great day going collectively as a team. Texas at this point 8 under par. Northwestern 7 over par. Today they are 6 over for the tournament, 6 shots back. USC, the other USC, South Carolina, is 7 shots back. Elise Lee, by virtue of her turn and eagle birdie, 9th hole, 10th hole, has gotten a 2-shot lead at the time. Now it's been trimmed back to 1 shot as Chloe Kovaleski continues making birdies on her second 9. Now let's go back to 12. Should be 13.
Nepper here from about 30 feet. Kind of coming down the hill just a little. It's okay.
Well done with a couple of ridges in there. You know, Laura will be able to go back to campus knowing she played a nice tournament in her debut. Now back to the tee.
With a right hole location, we'd love to start this ball down the left side of the fairway. This is a green with not a whole lot of depth with where that flag is located, so we'd love to give yourself the most green to work with. That's exactly what Meng has done.
I'm fine with 3 women.
That first bounce. It was a trampoline.
And it's still rolling. Go up to the green. This is Chong for birdie. Kylie Chong.
One over right now. This one, see if you can get back to even. This one a little outside the one that you would think you could make, but you never know.
That's right in the sweet spot for her yesterday. She birdied 12, 13, 14, and 16 so far today in that same stretch. She's only played a couple of holes, part of both. There's a birdie and a bogey on her card and a double at the 6th. Back to 13T a moment ago.
Well, the thing is, even if you keep it at the green side bunker or the red tree, that bunker's never. The bunker's way further right.
Big time downwind here today at 13, and that's why you're seeing that ball really take that huge bounce forward towards the green there.
That was Elise Lee. Now back to the green, or forward to the green at least. Ariana Lau. Up the hill for birdie.
Yeah, this one is working back up that hill. Let's see if she can have good speed like her playing partners. That lacked a little bit.
Kind of looks to me like Lau is outside of Nepper.
Yeah, she says, I'm just going to clean this thing up. You know what they say, fast play makes fast friends. And when we play, David,
Solheim
fast
confidence, hit
pay
it
makes
again.
fast
Yeah,
friends.
there you go.
Right?
more on this putt than Lau would have expected with her first coming up the hill. A couple bogeys, couple birdies on her card today. She's even on her round. 1 under yesterday. Also had a couple of bogeys, but 3 birdies.
She's been for the Hong Kong national team. A lot of national teams. It's kind of neat how the USGA in the last couple of years has put together a U.S. national team as well, a junior national team. That was a nice stroke right there.
Ariana stays in red numbers, stays inside the top 8. Back on the tee at 13, Ella Kalitsky.
That didn't even look like driver right there. Now when she's going to be able to hit a fairway metal, maybe a mini driver, just pummel it down there. She'll have sand wedge in.
Pummel indeed. Wake Forest now tied for the lead with SoCal, USC, Texas just 4 shots back. Northwestern, South Carolina tied at 7 over, just trailing by a touchdown. 12 back. You find Oregon. Pepperdine is 14 back. San Jose State, Arizona State, Duke. They're up the track. Probably need to have a spectacular close if they feel like, and they're towards the end of their rounds, if they're to put themselves in position to try and win this thing tomorrow. But usual suspects up near the top. Talented young girls with joy in their faces, in their smiles, in their eyes, given the opportunity by Annika Sorenstam and the Sorenstam Foundation, the Annika Foundation, excuse me, to compete 9 times a year, including this one, and grow within the green, grow as people. I love what I've seen, Steve, not just with the tremendous shots, as Elise Lee checks out the numbers, Emilia's down there, but both of you, just some grittiness, some great competition. I think everything probably Annika would have liked to have seen in the Annika Intercollegiate. Young girl golfers getting the opportunity to go out and compete and getting to grow within the game, within themselves.
Yeah, the experience these players are getting in this collegiate setting is, it's really, I mean, I know I look back, and I'm sure Emilia looks back at her collegiate times, which was a lot shorter of a time than mine away from right now, but you look at they were the greatest times. There's no question about it. You learned so much, not only from your coach, but from your teammates, and playing little matches along the way, and all the practice, and you're practicing with your teammates, and you're learning new shots, and you're really expanding your repertoire of golf shots. You're putting more arrows in the quiver, so to speak.
And Emilia, like Elise's par putt on the previous hole, maybe it wasn't 10 feet, but 8 feet or so. I mean, she has that putt. She has an 8-foot putt in her quiver in terms of her competition as we watch her second shot. But just the resilience and the understanding, I can make it when I need it, for par, for birdie, for eagle. She's done all of that so far this round as she sort here on this hole, Emilia.
Yeah, Elise Lee putting together right now a 5-under bogey free on the second day, 7 under total, and we'll have to find a way to scramble on this 13th hole.
Megan Meng next.
I learned so much from college golf. One of the best things I learned was how to be a team player. Golf's an individual sport. You're relying on yourself. All of a sudden, when you move to college golf, you're focused on other people. If you're having a bad round of golf, you can't get mopey on the golf course. That's one thing that coaches teach you early on. You have to have high spirits for your teammates, keep cheering everyone else on, and then you never know what that attitude, how that's going to spark you to then play some great golf. I feel Megan Meng has really fought in this round today. Just a couple over par today in her round. 122 yards to the hole. This green where this flag's located is a relatively small section. Gotta at least carry this 5 paces on, but you can't skip it past the flag, otherwise you're in that back bunker. If anything, you'd want to air it left.
Like a pull. And pulls always go long, and that's going to be a long-range birdie effort right there.
I mean, this thing full goes about 95.
Ella next.
Because the wind's more
Yeah, it's fine.
Just 105 yards for Ella Galitsky. Given how far she is off the tee, she's got to take advantage of these small wedges. Very important to adjust her tempo. She generates so much power off the tee. You've really got to dial it back with these shorter, more feely shots.
Let's see how that short miss on the last hole will affect her right here. Is that a good swing? Sit. Okay, underneath the hole, taking that back bunker out of play. Just a really strong, powerful move through that ball.
Been a decade of competition here at the Annika Intercollegiate 4 times. South Carolina has won the tournament, including the past 2 years and the first ever back in 2014. They won also in 2021. USC in there a couple times, Wake in there a couple of times. These are all the past champions of the 10 years that have been held. The Annika Intercollegiate. There's also an individual championship. Hannah Darling last year from South Carolina at 14 under. 4 players shared that position in 2023. Amanda Sambach from Virginia won in 2021. More past individual champions. Look at that, Maria Fassi, Patty Tavatanakit. And a pretty neat part of winning at the Annika Foundation was the coach of the Victoria team here in this tournament, selecting one player to receive an exemption into a premier LPGA event, the Annika driven by Gainbridge at the Pelican. Here's a look at last year's recipient. As if emerging the champion here isn't enough, the coach of the winning squad chooses a player who will receive an exemption into one of the LPGA's premier events, the Annika driven by Gainbridge, which is played every November. South Carolina's Louise Rydqvist from Sweden earned that special privilege the last 2 years, where she finished an impressive 67th and 46th among the elite LPGA field at Pelican Bay. That was Lee's putt right there.
Yeah, that was an interesting short piece right there because Hannah Darling was the individual champion last year, but the South Carolina team voted for Louise Rydqvist to take that exemption into the LPGA event. So
very interesting.
But being maybe closest to that professional career and really boosting her jump into the professional ranks, the right thing to do.
Megan now for birdie.
This is a very tricky putt to judge. Double breaker, it's going to break right early, then left at the hole. It's all about pace, though. This can get pretty quick if you're not careful.
Yeah, good view from the side to see how much slope that whole terrain has from the back to the front. Too much respect.
Ariana Lau up at the 14th, her second shot.
It's hole basically right in the middle of the green.
Oh my.
Look at that. That one just slipping past. Excellent strike.
Heck of a shot as we go back to number 13. Looks like Ella first to play.
Galitsky trying to have a bounce back birdie after missing the short putt for par on the last. Looks like it's going to want to break to the left off the initial slope, just right. Just very important to go through your routine and commit to your start line. Putting can get so mental. That's really where the technical pulls or pushes come into play. It's usually if you're either aimed wrong or not committed to your line.
Dove left on her.
Dove left.
Keep in mind, she hasn't even had a full year at in Columbia there for the Gamecocks. She came in last year in January. She hasn't even spent a fall season there yet, so challenging. You see the hole out of the corner of your eye, and you're like, I can make this. Then your head starts to peak, and then your body moves, and all of a sudden you lip one out or you miss one. And
Megan Mang now.
So back down the hill. This was not the easiest 3-footer in the world. Okay.
Keeps Northwestern hanging around. They're 7 over in their round today, which is the highest round for anybody inside the top 10, any team at least. To the green at 14. Look at Kylie Chong. Kylie, part of the resurgence. USC again today. She's got a birdie and a bogey and a double. Bunch of pars in a row before she gets this 14th. The par streak may not last. In the team competition, and she couldn't know this at this point, USC leads by a shot, so this putt effectively for her team to stay in the lead.
This is a long effort right here. Oh, it tried to curl in, but this 13th hole is played one of the easier on the golf course as well. 4th easiest, as a matter of fact, but there's going to be a bogey.
Nice looking putt, but still will drop a shot for herself and for the team. Ariana Lau now for birdie.
Well, she would have learned a little something how that ball tried to curl from right to left when it got close to the hole. But you can see there's a little bit of a grain change and a little bit of a slope change right in the middle of this putt here. Maybe a little left to right early, a little right to left late. Double breakers are never fun.
Ever. Usually turns into a triple breaker. 2 on the green and 1 in your heart.
She tried to gun that through any of the break that was there, and it's going to be a good 3 feet past the hole.
That Northwestern team needs to stop dropping shots. The Texas team, 10 under on their round today. By far the best out on the golf course. Only 3 teams under par today. That's Texas at 10 under today, and Wake Forest at 6, USC at 5. Now Nepper.
Left-hand low method. Square the shoulders up a little bit.
Back to the tee and Megan Mang.
Generous tee shot. Want to keep this down the left side of the fairway. Things should funnel towards the right section.
Nicely done. Yeah, Emilia, you said it in the outset, the fairways here are pretty generous. It's kind of why it's favored the bigger hitting teams over time. I think that's why you said South Carolina has had so much success here in the past.
Yeah, South Carolina, they've gotten off to a great start. In pretty much every season they compete, they have a lot of great All-American players like Hannah Darling, who just graduated, and Ella Galitsky, who's teeing off right now, started her freshman year in the spring semester, became a first-team All-American. They're really going to rely on her postseason next spring. South Carolina missed it by one shot to get into match play earlier this past season, so it's going to be important for Galitsky to continue to step up, which she already has. This was a little high on the face. That's going to be just fine, though. It's going to sneak into that rough.
And Lau made that clutch par up ahead, keeping Northwestern at 6 over. We'll go back to the tee.
Lisa will be last to play. The wind really hasn't picked up at all. So for this incredible player who's 5 under in her round today, 7 under total, our leader just trying to play steady golf.
Yep, nice.
Quickly to the tee. And Emilia, Laura Nepper also made par up ahead here at this hole, and she's a freshman. It would take a look at your resume, 4 times an All-American team selection. Seems like you never had troubles, but you had a first event in your collegiate career as well. I'll get to you in one moment about that as we take a look at some cruising out here on one of the 10,000 lakes here in Minnesota. Just a beautiful day for golf, for water sports. Great day to be in Minnesota. Yeah, I want to get on the water. On the tee at 15. That's Lau.
Look at the slope of that fairway right there. Taking that ball from right to left.
Nepper next to play.
Very short par 4, just under 300 yards here. About 253 yards to the top of the hill, which will help propel the ball forward. That's going to be nice as well. Nice big targets off the tee.
Lots of great terrain, great areas for golf courses with the undulation, with the lakes all over this state. Again, great golf courses, part of Bobby Jones' Grand Slam year in 1930 at Interlochen in this area. Hazeltine has hosted Ryder Cup, U.S. Open, PGA Championship, Senior PGA.
played my last collegiate shot at Hazeltine. 1999 NCAA championship was there.
How we do?
We didn't win.
Okay. Good shot?
We did fine. We did fine. We did fine, but we made the cut, made it all 4 rounds in the stroke play era. Now they play match play in the NCAA, but you're right. So many great golf courses up here. I mean, the golf architecture nerds of the world love this area as well. White Bear Yacht Club, Interlock. I mean, all these great.
Stevie, I think that's your ride back to the hotel.
I'm letting them borrow it like an Uber sort of scenario. They can just.
You weren't done in '99. You went on and played. I know it wasn't collegiate. You played a little Walker Cup action back in '99 as well.
I did.
Over in Nairn, Scotland. Yeah. Megan Mang now with her second shot.
Even though this is just slightly downwind, this green has a tendency to be on the firmer side. 16 paces on, want to try and fly this just 5 paces onto the green. It actually pitches towards the back, which is why you get that rollout. 118 yards for Mang.
Done.
Now to our leader, Elise Lee.
115 yards for lead. This flag is almost sitting on a spine. We just saw Mang's ball drift off to the right. You go too far left, it's going down that left side. Got to hit this right over the flagstick.
That's going to fall into the low area as well.
All right, guys, I want you to play a guessing game. Megan Mang had 118 yards, Elise Lee 115. How far do you think Ella Galitsky is from the hole?
Let's see, 54.
42.
Those are pretty good guesses. 60 yards.
Okay.
If it was more downwind, she would have driven the green.
Right. I win.
Hey, if the rough hadn't got her, she'd go to 42.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Is there a longer golfer in the collegiate game right now, Emilia?
No, and I don't think anyone else would say otherwise. Ella Galitsky's a special person because very few people will talk so highly of someone else's game, and that's pretty much what everyone says when you ask about how Galitsky hits the ball. This 60-yard shot, though, is going to require a lot of touch, just trying to hit that front left corner of the green. This should get a ton of rollout. Oh, it just landed on the fringe, so it got a softer bounce.
It just shows you that even though you hit it a long way, it doesn't always translate into birdies all day long.
Forward to 15, Laura Nepper second.
Yeah, short par 4 here, just a little flick of a wedge down the hill. Begging for it to take the grab. It does not.
Just beautiful as the shadows grow long. Golden hour approaches. The central time zone, Minnesota. Always a great backdrop for sports. Some great golfers coming out of Minnesota. Tom Lehman, Tim Herron, the 4-time Walker Cup player John Harris, U.S. amateur champion. Ariana Lau, now her second at 15.
Let's see if you can do a little bit better. Oh yeah, there's a little sweet wedge shot spinning down the hill to about 5 feet.
Back to 14 green. Emilia, I just want to ask you before the play starts here on this green. 4 times you were an All-American, so clearly you were pretty comfortable your first year at Wake Forest. We have a woman up ahead of you right now, Laura Nepper, who's playing in her first intercollegiate tournament, and she seems to be calm, cool, and collected. A lot of these competitors seem to be comfortable and settled in. How do young players, whether they're coming from overseas or not, settle in and be as comfortable as you clearly were at Wake Forest and as Laura and the others seem to be in this competition?
Well, you don't know what you don't know when you're a freshman and you're confident in your game. You're not intimidated by any other player. That's how I was as a freshman. I was ready to go out and win. I wanted to be an All-American. I wanted to be someone who was a contributor to my team. Our first event, it was really special. We played in Kiawah Island at the Ocean Course. It was also the first time I played a tournament in carts. We played 36 holes in a cart in really windy Ocean Course Kiawah Island. So it was a great jump start to college golf, I'd say.
Well, a bunch of wins in college years, and juniors as well. Great seeing what we've got going on here now. What's happening here at the 14th?
Birdie putt on the way for Elise Lee, breaking hard right to left. This is a slow putt, just never really gave it enough pace and gave Megan Mang, who has a similar look, a really good idea of how slow this putt is those last 4 feet.
Up ahead, second shot for Chong at 15. Huge drive.
And just got it into the rough there. See if you can take advantage of it with a little pitch. Okay, that's fine. Maybe not her best, but still in good shape.
Back at 14, before we see what looks like Ella next to play, just a quick question for you from our leader Lee's putting has been pretty much off the last few holes other than those par putts, but the birdie putts have been pretty, I say, substandard, no?
Well, what's difficult about the greens and why you can get some subpar putts is just given how undulated the greens are. They're also fast. But when you start getting some uphill putts, it just gets it hard to hit it hard enough to be able to give it enough pace. Galitsky got a good idea from Lee's putt on the speed. It's going to have a different break coming from a different angle. This will turn right as it goes up the slope.
That's for birdie.
Not bad. Not one you expect to make. You just don't want to make sure you 3-putt. You don't 3-putt, so.
And Emilia, you've played on a bunch of non-collegiate teams as an amateur. Junior Ryder Cup, Junior Solheim Cup, Arnold Palmer Cup, Curtis Cup. I don't know if I missed any cups there, but what are those teams like versus your college teams you're throwing together for a week?
Oh, it's just completely elevated when you're playing for your country. Playing for the United States was always a dream of mine. Got to do that twice as a junior player and then many more times in college. It's really special, and also get to play with other peers in the college golf, junior golf realm. Another good lag putt from Megan Mang. That's really what makes the tournament so special. Not taking anything away from college golf, though. If I had another year of eligibility, I'd be out there right now.
You would be out there. We're looking for another announcer as we go to the 15th. Nepper for birdie. Big slider.
Yeah, big time. Okay, not bad. Just wayward wedge shot. Didn't give her a great opportunity to hole it.
Lee for another par putt, another gutsy par here. She's made a bunch of them. I'm not as confident about this one, Emilia.
Well, I'm going to remain confident because she's made all the ones I've seen. Just a little right to left. Got to keep up the pace.
Absolutely. Emilia's confidence continues to go.
Those are the differentiators, right? There are times, look, we know it all bounces out over the course of the season, but if and when you win a golf tournament, you've got to hold those putts.
Up one hole, Chong for birdie.
Right to left. Oh, wow. Look how much there's a lot of putts. When they get a foot from the hole, they are diving all the way across the hole.
A lot of undulation.
We've seen a few putts like that today.
Team leaderboard separating a little bit. USC still leads by 1 over Wake Forest, but then 4 shots to Texas. Another 3 shots to Northwestern, a couple of shots to South Carolina, 3 more to Oregon. So Oregon in 6th place is 13 back. But up at the top, it's those 3. USC, Wake Forest, and Texas 10 under on their round today.
Yeah, Texas has bumped up 6 team spots today.
just over half the field.
Yeah, this one, look how far out she's aiming on this one. This one's going to come in on a clock dial at about 4 o'clock. Turn.
Oh.
That was as tricky of a 6-footer as you could ask for.
I thought it was going to be 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. It was, oh, man. Tee at 15, our leader, Elise Lee.
Actually, Ella Galitsky have an iron in play. Taking up something down the right side. Kind of a quirky hole. 196 to get to the front of the fairway. Everything slopes down to the left.
Any reason for her not to try something a little bit longer? She's got plenty of firepower, it feels like, to get there almost.
She does have firepower to get there. It's just very risky and not really needed because it's back into the wind. If it were downwind, I would say send it. She's playing well. You just got to trust your wedge. Megan May now set to go. Only 230 yards to get to the left penalty area that is in play. The fact that Meng has driver, she needs to be looking down the right side.
Nicely done.
Right where you want to be.
When Elise Lee made that par putt on the last hole, gave a little fist bump. It shows how important making the short putts are for your confidence, especially with the pressure on the line, being the leader. That was a beautiful high ball down the left side, watching it closely.
Let's take a look at 15 from the air, Steve.
Well, as Emilia said, it's a tricky little hole that you don't need to really get too much out of it. Just try to position it in play. The big thing is this fairway, it slopes big time from right to left in this layup zone. So you just have to make sure you pick your line and make sure you get it right. And keep that penalty area out of play. Then give yourself just a little 50, 60 yard wedge shot. The front left hole location today, but a big slope on that front left. So if you can put the ball in between where the hole location is and that penalty area, and just give yourself a straight uphill putt, you're going to be in real good stead here on the 15th.
Ariana Lau on the tee at 16.
It's a nicely balanced swing right there. The 16th hole, the par 3.
Kylie Chong next at the tee.
This one's about 170 yards. 183 yards actually today, so. And if anything, the wind is off the left and kind of hurting the players, so. As a right-handed player, you've got to hit a very strong flighted shot, almost trying to draw the ball a little back into the wind to hold it on the line. I might have clipped the tree there on the corner. Chipping back into the wind.
Not ideal. Now Lauren Epper.
Going with looks like a hybrid here. Definitely playing long. This wind, you can hear it rustling through our microphones out there. It is starting to move pretty good for these players. Although a little less than what we saw yesterday, as these team scores are much, much lower overall than round one. It's going to be up the right and missing that bluegrass rough. You can see the ball though, so it's not all bad.
Back to the 15th. Elise Lee, first to play. Emilia, we've talked a little bit about the breeze rustling past our microphones. How windy has it gotten out there, or chilly has it gotten for you?
It's definitely gotten chillier. I'm looking at the flag on 16, and that is blowing the most. 16 through 18, the holes are a little more exposed. It's still okay, though. Not really feeling more than 10 to 12 miles an hour. I will say I got my answer now, or we have our answer as to why Ella Galitsky hit iron off the tee. She has a 2-iron in her bag, and that's the shot she played. It's because driver would have been too much. She's just short of the green.
Wow.
Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, right?
I'm not sure how that quote was meant to apply to golf, but okay. She took the responsible route and knocked it up by the green.
I like what Elise Lee is doing. This is a very tricky green. Her walking up here and really studying exactly what she needs to do. It's just a 40-yard pitch shot that requires a ton of feel. Is really important when you're trying to imagine how high you want this ball to flight and then where you want it to land. I like something just to hair right of it. Should have a little short and right.
You got a good number? Yeah. Okay. Take your time.
With these short pitch shots, rhythm is so important. It's easy to get quick in the transition, a little short backswing and get through. Really got to make sure you feel like you're swinging in syrup.
When that wind looked like it really held that ball up a lot. Maybe she needed to swing an extra light syrup on that one. That might have been the thick stuff.
0 calories syrup.
Is that even really
That's
syrup?
That's a great visual, though, Emilia. It really is.
Great visual.
I think that's a. I'm going to go work on that later.
Oh, I'm stealing that for sure. Megan Mang now with her shot, second shot.
I probably need to take more of my own advice. Mang coming off a downslope. This should get a little more rollout and will break to the left.
Look how much break that front of that green has. I think you've seen it in the setup of these holes. That we saw it back there on number 9 being a very short, reachable par 5. This one being a short par 4. A little bit trickier on the hole locations.
One of my favorite golf holes is a risk-reward par 4. Players can go for this green, get really close, and then the green itself is really tricky, so it requires excellent short game. Ella Galitsky got an awesome visual from Megan Mang's chip at how much it does turn as it gets towards the hole. Pretty much takes a 90-degree angle off this slope. Want to try and come in, land this couple paces onto the green with a lower trajectory, and then roll this chip in like a putt.
Great finishing holes, this interesting risk-reward par 4, then a par 3, a pair of par 5s at the end.
Take the break. Looks great. Oh, hello. What a golf shot that was.
Ella Galitsky finished eagle birdie yesterday, and now she starts her closing run a little bit earlier with an eagle at number 15.
That was special right there. What an imagination with that break. We haven't seen people roll putts in from close with the amount of break, and she just holed that great pitch shot. Well, that'll make up for.
We talk about that distance off the tee. How about this short game?
Yes, yeah, that was a mix of brawn and finesse right there. Look how much break. I mean, that's 10 feet of break right there. Slope of the green and the wind bringing that ball down.
Dead center.
What a golf shot.
Dead center. Helping the team as well. South Carolina, 8 over on their round today. Now Chong's third, just off the green. before Chung went, as Galitsky was chipping in.
Yes, whoa!
How about Ariana Lau in the hole ahead, number 16, chipping in for Northwestern, doing the same thing. Wow.
That, yes, a little double trouble there.
Mm-hmm. Now Megan Meng.
This will be a great birdie opportunity for Meng. And I was standing right next to Emily Fletcher. She was watching Ariana Lau chip in, and then I was watching Ella Galitsky. We both put our hands up at the same time, but they were for different reasons. Just two great shots at the very same time, and now Northwestern could pick up another shot if Meng can drop this one.
Ton of break from the right here, though. She tried to hammer it through that break, too.
Up ahead, Nepper made par as well.
Yeah, so many things can happen. You get a short par 4, and we talked about the risk-reward nature of these shorter holes. And it's right in the right position in the round, too.
Steve, let's take a look at the par 3 16th as they head on over to the tee.
All right, well, we got a par 4 of 183 yards today. And we got the wind fighting from the left-hand side to the right, coming off of that penalty area, pushing the ball towards the right of the green. And the hole located kind of in the middle right portion of this green, 21 paces on and 5 paces from the right edge. As long as you keep it to the right, chipping from that right side is not so bad. We just saw Ariana Lau chip in from the right fringe over there. You could play this hole from there. You're not going to get this ball too far left today. Don't get it in that left-hand greenside bunker.
Now there's a tie at the top. Wake and USC. Texas 5 shots back. Northwestern 7 back. Oregon is back as well. South Carolina out of position on this. They're only 4 shots back. South Carolina, after some pretty spectacular fireworks out on the golf course in just the last few minutes, they're coming close to the final few holes for the second round of the Annika Intercollegiate. It's presented by 3M. We are here at the Royal Golf Club, Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Front 9 designed by Annika Sorenstam, back 9 designed by Arnold Palmer, who would just love the birdies, the eagles, the pars, oh my, on the back 9 here. Leaderboard is bouncing all over the place. Individual, one of the individual leaders already finished. Chloe Kovaleski is at 5 under in the house. Excuse me, Chloe's at 6. Elise Lee is at 7. Ella Galitsky, after that eagle, is also at 6 and on the tee at 16.
163 yards and 16, playing closer to 170 into the wind out of the left. Flag on the right-hand side. This is an opportunity for Galitsky to control her ball flight. That's just one of the strengths of her game, to be able to flight balls, shape shots.
Setting up a little left of this hole. Allowing for some wind from left to right. Okay, good solid shot there. Odo right there, the assistant coach for the Gamecocks.
Megan Mang on the tee next.
This green isn't very wide in the front portion, so it requires a lot of accuracy, trust in your start line, because given the wind is out of the left, you have to aim left of the green or just on that left side.
Fighting getting that left. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That'll be working back into the wind. She could probably putt that if she wants to.
Now Elise Lee on the tee.
Well, Elise Lee just watched her lead dwindle from 2-1 with the chip in from Ella Galitsky. Just got to stay in your own bubble, though. You can't let your opponents affect your shots.
Short game contest from right of this green here at 16. Not bad positioning, though.
Not a bad positioning at all for Elise Lee. Some great shots today all over the golf course. But the shot of the day has to go to one that we just saw from a woman who absolutely bombed the golf ball, but also has a short game. Ella Galitsky.
Yeah, beautiful
15 second. How about
beautiful
this?
technique right there. Just the imaginative read and touch on that shot right there. That was not straightforward whatsoever.
Shot of the day brings Galitsky to within one of the lead. What's the form on that shot? What do you got to do? What do you make sure you do?
Well,
Wait on the left side?
What she did very nicely was she kept the club face open. If you saw in the follow-through, the club face was actually pointed up to the sky. The toe of that face was not rolling over to provide any hook spin to it. If anything, she had a little cut spin trying to hold it up into the hill, and which allowed that ball to land very softly and then take the break.
The ground was going to hook it enough. You don't need a hook spin on that thing.
100%.
Now she walks up to the green at the par 3 16th. We take another look at the leaderboard. The Annika Intercollegiate is presented by 3M. Again, 12 schools started, 54-hole stroke play over 3 days. We're about to finish with the second day. 5 players per team. The low 4 scores each day count for your team. It's been held for the last 10 years. It's the 11th, 7 of those years at this Royal Golf Club. You see those great programs there. 7 of the top 10 women's programs in NCAA golf are here at the Annika Intercollegiate, starting off this 2025 season with a bang. Here's the 17th, Lau's second shot.
And this is a par 5 here at 17.
Knepper's already played, got about 1,000 yards to the house. About 530 here, about 450 the last hole.
Yeah, this one will be tough to get to, especially it's working back into the wind as well. We'll see if Ella Galitsky even has a chance to get to this hole. I don't know. We got a hole location in the back today.
I'm saying affirmative, especially a hole location in the back. You can run up a little bit. What do you think? Should go for it?
Well, the wind is hurting though, that's the only X factor.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put it past her. It's a nicely balanced swing right there, and getting out the contact she would have liked. You got with the longer rough there. That's going to have to get a little fortunate for a lie.
Not good there for Kylie Chong. Now to the par 3, the 16th. 2 of the top 3 on the leaderboard here. Elise Lee is at 7. Now Galitsky, after that chip in, is at 6. And there's Megan Mang, also in competition for the title.
Oh, that was nice right there. Kind of hit a little rainbow soft shot.
So Elise will have yet another par putt. Looks like Megan Mang next to play.
Yeah, let's see. Do the same exact thing. Nicely off the upslope. I wouldn't be surprised if this one scared the hole. No, that wasn't her best. A little heavy-handed through the ball.
Now Ella Galitsky has a lengthy putt, hit a little bit long. What does she have, Emilia?
Okay. Ella Galitsky here can try to get up one more shot.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's easier than the last shot she held.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Certainly won't have as much of the break at all.
And I know she's not looking forward, but again, she finished eagle birdie yesterday on the 2-par 5, so a make here could go a long way.
See how much that left or right wind will play into this break as well. And just thought it might push a little bit more with that wind. It didn't, but threes are great scores. Anytime you can tap in for three, there's nothing wrong with that on a 183-yard par 3.
You put a bunch of threes on your scorecard, that's not going to add up to a big score too quickly. Now Megan Mang.
This one kind of straight downwind. Sometimes these can be easy. Get the ball started on line and let the wind just take it right to the hole. Nice.
Really nice one. Stays at 2 under inside the top 10. Currently tied for 7th with her teammate Ariana Lee and Dunnan from Wake Forest. Calm and cool. Woman sharing second place right now. Ella Galitsky, that was Elise Lee making that putt. She is the leader by a shot. To the 17th, third shot for Nepper.
And a lengthy one at that. Back into the wind. Hole is all the way in the back portion of this green. Players just going to be a little gun shy on this one.
Updated team leaderboard has 2 tied at the top. That's Wake Forest and USC. 5 shots clear of Texas, who's 1 ahead of Northwestern. Got to go 6 shots to get back to Oregon and the defending champion, 2-time defending champions, South Carolina. Pepperdine has dropped a bit as well. They're finished up. So we go to the 17th. Second shot for Lau. Third shot, excuse me.
Smooth one to that back hole location. Got to sit though. There's only 12 feet behind that hole before it falls off. That's just going to hang on. That's okay.
What a course. Again, the golden hour getting closer. Beautiful shot with the long shadows. Great light here in the central part of the United States, Minnesota. 3M hosting. Kylie Chung, third shot at 17.
This lie is super thick over here. This got to the extra thick rough. That's not bad.
On the tee at 17. Galitsky's looking left. Golf ball going left. Golf cart to the left between the wickets. Was that Annika herself?
And that's a perfect lie right there, too. That's just fine.
So that, I don't know who that was. It looked like Annika for a second on the whip pan from the camera. But not a terrible position, right? She's okay. Par 5.
As long as there's no trees in her way, that lie was beautiful. Down green, the whole thing.
Now Elise Lee, the leader.
The bunker you see on the corner there is about 220 to clear, so shouldn't be any issue. More of a directional bunker.
So Elise played these holes even par yesterday. Ella Galitsky played them 3 under. Birdie, eagle. Now Megan Mang. Megan Mang also played these final 1,000 yards and 10 shots. And that looks fairly short.
Didn't quite catch that the best. And the wind hurt it.
Up at the green at 17, Laura Nepper for birdie.
Expecting it to go left to right. Just didn't quite do it enough. 17, though, as far as par 5 goes, into the wind. Averaging over par.
Currently, when you look at the leaderboard, you've got Wake Forest at 1 under. They are finished. Ariana Lau from Northwestern has a birdie putt here at 17. Nepper, USC. Excuse me, she's USC South Carolina. Chong is USC Southern California with a share of the lead. Any birdies coming home could break that tie. Oh, what a great putt from off the green.
There we go. Good work right there. Take care of the par 5s. That's what you want to do, and that was well taken care of.
That'll tie Northwestern with Texas at 4 over, 5 shots back in a share of third. Another look at that birdie.
Yeah, this was sweet right here. Just a little half step off the green. Kind of a quick one as well. Right down the clown's
Just a
mouth.
pure read when it's that quick. That's an important par putt for Chong. Her team has a share of the lead. She doesn't want to jeopardize that, and she doesn't. Clutch par. She can't know they're tied with a team that is no longer out on the golf course, and that putt would have dropped them out of that share of the lead, but clutch nonetheless for Kylie Chong. Back to the fairway at 17. Emilia, we're watching Ella Galitsky. Looks like she got a little bit lucky.
Galitsky got lucky. Still going to have to navigate some tree trouble with her second shot. For Megan Mang and Elise Lee, this is just sending a 3-wood up as far as you can. Down that left side gives you the best angle.
And the fairway's going to take left, which was, I have to like hit it at that golf cart.
Yeah, and that line's good because the grass is good.
Mang may be first to play here, Emilia.
Well, and it's just starting to drizzle out. Some weather is expected to come in within the hour. These players just trying to get in the house before then. This is leaked off to the right a little bit. Should stay in the fairway.
Yeah, she really fights trying to get that ball to stay straight. It almost looks like the way she sets up well to the right. She's trying to pull across her body a lot. Still right down the middle, though.
It's actually a very awkward layup and can get quite difficult when it's super windy. You want to be down the left side to give yourself more room into the green. It also kind of just slopes away into a funnel over there as well, which can be difficult.
The fairway as well. Does Galitsky have any chance to reach, or is this tree in front of her going to pose that problem?
Excuse me.
Well, I would imagine if this was a practice round, Galitsky would try and shape this 2-iron all the way up to the front of the green. The smartest play is to get something in play. Don't get something too risky with it, because in order to reach the green, Galitsky has to hit a draw. She's making those kinds of draw swings. Really important that you trust how you're swinging through the ball, making sure that you're rotating those wrists through if you're coming with that draw strike. As she went for the hard hit, and this is leaking out to the right. Trying to chase up into that greenside bunker. Couldn't tell if that got into the greenside bunker or not, but it's going to be just fine for Galitsky.
Still not a place to be as this second round draws close to the end.
The Annika Intercollegiate, presented by 3M, is powered by Baby Grand Golf. We grow the game.
Chong on the tee at 18.
Also a par 5. This one is very gettable. The 17th you can't reach into. This one you should be able to get home into.
Downwind. Again, this is the one that Galitsky eagled yesterday.
Players are really taking advantage of this 18th hole. He's played the second easiest hole, playing a quarter of a shot under par. Seen a couple eagles already.
Specifically for Kylie Chong, she played this hole yesterday. She made par of the final 2 holes. Beautiful clubhouse here at Royal Golf Club. Let's take a look at number 17.
All right, we'll take a look at this one from the air. This long par 5 that the Galitsky group is working up here right now. You got those bunkers right there. Didn't really come into play for the players. That's the tree that Galitsky was behind there. Just no bunkers in the layup, although lots of converging slopes and whatnot. Just trying to put it in play to give yourself a nice wedge shot. Whole location today all the way in the back, 23 paces on, really in the middle portion of the back area of this green here at 17, but 528 yards into the wind. Not gettable for these players.
Now Megan Meng.
132 yards for Meng. This is a difficult third shot on the 17th hole. You want to try and carry something just over the bunker, and then everything kicks towards the flag. Want to air short rather than long. There's a big drop off and a penalty area behind the green.
Board.
Big shot looks far from the hole. If she carried that, just
I feel like closer like 15, 16 number one
shot.
Yeah. You good with that?
Yeah.
Now Ella.
Elise Lee has really just put on a short game clinic when the ball striking has been off, and then has hit a lot of great approach shots too. 113 yards.
Go.
Oh, this was pushed out to the right. Needs to clear that bunker. Oh, that might have plugged too.
It's not going to be too great right there.
Leader in trouble. I'll put two of the golfers from this group in that front right bunker. Galitsky in 2, Lee in 3. One shot separates them on the leaderboard as we go to the 18th. Nepper's second shot.
Let's see. Nepper can hit a great strike right here, get it up close to the green. Okay, well positioned.
Back at the 17th. What do we have, Emilia?
A difficult shot for Galitsky to pull off. You'd almost rather be in the bunker. She's just a foot short of it. Going to have to take something high and left of this flag. You can't go directly at it, otherwise it will go over the green. Guys, they just blew the horn. There's some weather coming in, and I just heard a horn.
No.
We heard it also through your microphone, Emilia. So just as it was getting tense and tight here down the stretch, both individual and team competitions, at the 11th Annika Intercollegiate, weather has come close to the area here, Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Luckily, not too many players still left out on the golf course, all of them within a hole or two of the clubhouse, headed towards the carts and the evacuation vehicles to get them to safety. You may look at the golf course, you may look at the pictures we're bringing you and maybe see an umbrella up for a smattering of raindrops. You may see some dark skies in the distance, but the organizers of this event understand the importance of the safety of the competitors. And there can be violent weather in Minnesota. I'm not saying that this is what's coming in, but in any case, take some time to get the players to get to those vehicles, get to safety in the clubhouse, and take care of themselves. Now, play has been suspended due to weather here at the 11th Annika Intercollegiate, presented by 3M. A heck of a day of golf, Steve Scott. These amateur intercollegiate players from some of the top women's programs in the country have shown their mettle as people, as players as well. The Annika Intercollegiate is showing itself as a true force in the game.
It sure is. And the players today, they were showing some great play. The winds were down a little bit, and the players were actually able to put some good scores on the board. Wake Forest jumped themselves up towards the top up there. They're going to be in the final 3 places going into tomorrow, the final 3 groupings. There's going to be so many great teams right on their heels right there. Ella Galitsky, who we're just watching, is playing great. She's got a chance on the individual side. A lot of good stuff coming, and we're going to see how these players can navigate all the way through to the final.
Our broadcast comes your way tomorrow, same time. It's going to be very exciting at the Annika Intercollegiate. Some of the great faces, some of the great sights and sounds from around Lake Elmo, Royal Golf Club. Tomorrow will be the final round, and that final 9 designed by Arnold Palmer. This event will conclude on the anniversary, the 96th anniversary of Arnold Palmer's birth. That's September 10th. Is it going to be USC? Will it be the defending champions with a big comeback? You'll have to tune in to find out. Thanks for joining us today.